Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Wyoming truckers who say they were dreading a federal regulation to put speed limiting devices on their trucks are praising President Donald Trump's reversal of the Biden-era agenda, preparing them to go into effect. One Cheyenne-based trucking company owner told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that the devices, called speed governors, are often to blame for more hazardous road conditions.
Biden's DOT in 2022 was like, look, we're going to move toward governing these heavy trucks. And talking to truckers around Wyoming, they're like, those bottlenecks that happen on the interstate when one trucker is trying to pass another trucker and the one on the left is going 70 and the one on the right is going 68. That's from a major company that for insurance reasons has a governor limiting the speed.
Governors introduce other hazards by making truckers who are limited both in the speed they can go and the number of hours they can drive in a stretch by law feel rushed and likelier to undertake other shortcuts. A partnership between OpenAI and Oracle could lead to the construction of another large data center in Wyoming. OpenAI, the parent company of ChatGPT, announced Tuesday it plans to rent 4.5 gigawatts of data center power, enough to provide power to 750,000 homes, from Oracle. Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian reports that sites in Wyoming, Michigan, Texas, and Wisconsin are among the potential data center sites.
Data centers use a tremendous amount of power, and most of them use a tremendous amount of water as well. Luckily, Black Hills Energy, which is the power company for Cheyenne, has power available, and they have some special rates. They're actually a national leader in working with data centers. As far as water goes, Daniel Singh, state representative, said there's a possibility they could bring water from the ocean, desalinate it, and use it for their cooling systems.
Cheyenne is also popular with data center developers because of its proximity to I-80 and a parallel fiber optics line. President Donald Trump and the signature legislation of congressional Republicans made it across the finish line Thursday as GOP leaders made the 4th of July deadline they set for completing the multi-trillion-dollar tax and spending package. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Thursday's vote in a raucous House was 218 to 214 in favor of the version the Senate passed 2 days ago, with Vice President J.D. Vance breaking a 50-50 tie.
It passed by a higher margin, by more votes on Thursday than it did when it first passed out of the House the first time to go to the Senate. It only passed by one vote then. Then the Senate made a bunch of changes to it, which a lot of people thought, hey, the Senate's made so many changes to it, it's going to cause some problems in the House. They basically said, it's fine, we'll take it. They passed it, and they picked up 4 more votes on it too. So now the focus is, what does it mean for all kinds of things in government, for agencies? There's a lot of things about energy that Wyoming wants to keep an eye on.
Due to all the drafting and redrafting, it's not entirely clear how much of the Republican agenda was lost to Democrats' successful parliamentary challenges. But Republicans have sounded upbeat. The centerpiece of their bill, preserving tax cuts, was never threatened, nor were most major spending provisions. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WEVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WEVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WEVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WEVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Dozens of public fireworks displays are scheduled throughout Wyoming to celebrate Independence Day. And Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi points out that if there isn't a public show in your community, you shouldn't have to go far for a picturesque view of the pyrotechnics.
If you got up high enough, you could probably see multiple fireworks displays from multiple places on the evening of July 4th. But most places have either public fireworks displays or they have spots designated where people can set off their own fireworks. I know Worland Sound and Glen Rock don't have public displays, but they encourage people to bring their own fireworks and set them off at designated areas. But you're not far from fireworks on 4th of July, and that's one of the great patriotic things about Wyoming.
Many city and county fire departments remind Wyomingites that most types of fireworks are prohibited within the city limits of most communities and strictly banned on all state and federal lands. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
And good morning to you, and welcome. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett. My friends, Casey, call me Bags.
Okay.
So I kind of feature, just for giggles, always given the weather in Bags, Wyoming. In Bags. Good morning. We're going to get to my guest, Casey Terrell, here in a minute. Casey is on the board of directors with the Sheridan Wyo Rodeo. He handles the volunteers, which without them, it doesn't happen. It really is quite impressive, the volunteers that we have to help. We're getting ready to launch this thing Tuesday, the boot kickoff. But first, let's take a quick look at the weather. By the way, Don Day, famous Don Day weatherman, meteorologist, will be on with me in the 8 o'clock hour, because we are getting into that season again. And you know how paranoid we are here now in Sheridan, Wyoming with the fire season and drought and those kind of things. So we are definitely going to get the rundown on who's got the moisture, who doesn't, who needs it, etc. But that's coming up later on. The forecast for Wyoming, chance of rain in much of Wyoming. By the way, this comes right off of the Don Day weather page, off of our cowboystatedaily.com website. Chance of rain over much of Wyoming this afternoon. Otherwise, sunshine. Some storms could be severe, by the way. Highs from the low 70s to low 90s, and the lows overnight in the 40s and upper 50s. It's sunny right now here in Sheridan. The sun's up. It's 54 degrees. Glen Rock, hello to the Glen Rock folks. Sunny and 59. Bags, Wyoming, partly cloudy and 54. Yellowstone Park, a little cooler, as you would expect. It's clear and 39 degrees. We'll get around the state again, checking on the weather. The lineup today, very pleased with it. Casey Terrell, volunteer director on the board of directors for the Sheridan Wyo Rodeo. We kick off the boot kickoff on Tuesday. So we're going to talk about the Wyo Rodeo with Casey and what makes it special, and especially about volunteerism and why we need it and why it's so vital to put on an event like the Sheridan Wyo Rodeo and other events around the great state of Wyoming. The 7 o'clock hour is me doing my show the day after the 4th of July. So I couldn't let it just slip by. So I invited, he's a very good friend, lifelong friend. His name is Dave Lee, his real name. But when he was on the radio with me back in the old days in Denver, he went by Ernie Van Dam. You're going to have to listen to figure out why. But he's a proud American, a super patriot, and he's a pretty funny guy, too. And he's got a very, very, very checkered radio past. And we'll be talking about 4th of July traditions, things that we did, things that other people do in their 4th of July traditions. I just couldn't let the weekend get away without me focusing somewhat on it. And then, very special guest, somewhat like Sheridan royalty, we've got the Mayor Richard Bridger on the show with us in the 9 o'clock hour. Two-term mayor. I mean, Sheridan, Wyoming, one of the most vibrant communities in this state. And of course, I'm absolutely and just very biased and love it here. So we invited the mayor. I've been wanting to get him on for quite a while. I'm sure he's going to have some insight on the accomplishments during his 2 terms so far, and how much we've grown, the industry we've drawn to our community, And we're going to talk about the YO Rodeo with him as well. So,
Very good.
but let's go first. Our first guest here, I got your mic up now, Casey. Casey Terrell. The first thing we have to do is introduce you, and you tell us a little bit about you. First of all, you're a married man. Are you a working man? I mean, what do you do when you're not volunteering with the Sheridan YO Rodeo?
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on, Bags. And
you're welcome.
I would be remiss if I didn't start out by saying that I have the proud distinction of being one of the few folks in the world who actually married somebody from Bags, Wyoming.
Is that right?
I grew up in Pinedale and thought, well, surely I will marry somebody from a town bigger than mine. And then I ran into my wife, Callie, in Laramie when we were going to school, and I'm one of the few folks that can say that I married someone from Bags.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I showed up in Bags. So I used to have business cards when I was on the radio station in Denver, and so my business card said John Baggs. So that was my radio name down there.
Mm-hmm.
So I went in there, and just being a smart aleck, I gave him my card and said, "I am here. I have arrived." So it's at the Bags Bar. There's a bar. I don't remember what the name of it is, but they have people pin their dollar bills on the walls and the ceilings, or at least they used to. It's been a while. But I have a Bags was here
business card
with a dollar bill stuck somewhere in that place.
That's pretty funny.
If it still exists. I don't know. But anyway, so what do you do? What's your, do you have kids? Are you?
So my wife and I are actually expecting our first in September. So
That's
I'm very
awesome.
excited. Despite that fact, my wife is a huge fan of the rodeo and plans to be there all 4 nights this year. So if you see a very pregnant gal, well-dressed walking around the rodeo, good chances are that's my bride.
You got it. I had the logo there over your face on my screen here. So
No worries.
Look at that handsome face. Great beard and mustache too. You're not messing around.
Well, thank you.
But and that's exciting. Your life is going to change, and you're going to notice it, and your friends are going to notice it too. Things are going to get different for you. I raised 2 boys, grown men now. One's in the Netherlands, married a Dutch gal he met in college.
Oh, interesting.
And they've been there 7-8 years now. And then my oldest is a captain in the Army at Fort Bragg.
Oh, good for him.
So they flew the coop, man.
Yeah.
They're out there. But you're getting that first part. It wasn't that long ago. I can remember the excitement of being a father for the first time. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That's awesome. So let's get around to how did you end up getting involved? I mean, we're going to talk about and we're going to recruit some volunteers today. But how did you come around to ending up as a volunteer and then on the board of directors with the Sheridan YO Rodeo?
Yes, sir. Well, as I mentioned, I grew up in Pinedale, and my grandparents very much loved rodeo. I have distinct memories from being a kid, sitting in front of their television, which was, one of the old ones that was as thick as your desk here, watching the National Finals rodeo in the wintertime at their house. And so always loved rodeo and stayed involved with it, not as far as participating, but just going to them kind of everywhere I lived. I moved to Laramie, loved to go to Jubilee Days, moved to Cheyenne, was involved with Frontier Days and had the opportunity to help out there kind of in different functions with parade stuff, with the art sale there. And then moved up to Sheridan for work about, 7 years ago now. I practiced law, and when I moved up here, actually one of the things that I had heard about Sheridan before I moved up here was the Sheridan Wild Rodeo. And so when we moved up here, my wife and I were very excited to check it out. We wound up pretty immediately buying season tickets for it, just because of how special it was. We also live just a couple blocks from it, so that was super convenient as well. And through going to it, I think one of the first times we went to the rodeo, actually, I was just kind of watching it in awe, and my wife looked over at me and she goes, "You're going to be involved with this someday, I can just tell." And I think a year or two went by, and after that, they had an opportunity on the board, and I applied thinking there's no way in heck I'm qualified for this, and met with the folks and kind of shared with them why it was important to me. And they asked me to join the board, and so now this is my second year.
Yeah, you mentioned, I skipped right over it, mentioned that you're an attorney.
Yes, sir.
In your real life. So tell me a little bit about your practice. Okay, we'll get back to the YO Rodeo.
Absolutely. My primary practice is commercial work. So anything to do with your business, I can help you with that. I have a background in energy and working in real property and enjoy that stuff, but it's sort of like anything in life. The more you do it, the more you figure out what you do and don't like about it. And there's something special about helping folks kind of build their business. Outside of, family matters, that can be a lot of times the thing that's most personal to folks. And so having the opportunity to help people support their dreams is what I really enjoy. I've been practicing about 7 years now, and I actually work for Hearst Applegate, which is a firm based out of Cheyenne, but I work remotely for them up here. I have an office space, and it's an interesting way to make a living.
They jealous down there in Cheyenne that you get to work out of Sheridan, Wyoming?
There are discussions
Sorry,
along
Cheyenne,
those lines.
I'm just kidding. I worked at KFBC, and what they called Q98 back then. So I have a history in Cheyenne as well. So love it, love the place and the people. And but I tease because I like it here. And
it does seem that there's I've lived in both places as well, and there's almost like a good-hearted rivalry between the two of them.
Well, we're kind of we're the little big town at the top of the
Yes.
state, and they're the big town as far as relative to Wyoming.
Yes.
And of course, we have to go to Cheyenne for business and shopping and everything else. So we get it, but it is a 4.5, 5 hour drive. So anyway, so let's get back to it. So yeah, you have that love of rodeo. I love rodeo. I said it before on this show. When I grow up, I want to be a cowboy. Grew up in sort of in Wheatland. Went to high school in Wheatland and became friends with some genuine cowboys. So I know the difference. I'm definitely a wannabe. Did live on a ranch as a ranch hand in the summertime and worked it and so forth. But very quickly, that work, the contrast between stacking hay and building fence and pounding post holes and then at night going in and sitting behind a microphone and talking to people, that quickly I realized that maybe this was going to be a little easier route because I know and I respect how hard real cowboys, ranchers, farmers actually work. So I do know that, and I don't take it for granted, especially with my friends and practically family, some of them who are ranchers and farmers right here in Wyoming. So let's get to how you got involved with specifically the YO, got on the board. Did you volunteer first in some category before you went to the board, or how did you get involved?
Absolutely. So unfortunately, as is the case, I only sort of have so much time in the day. And so I have always had a real appreciation and enjoyed and gotten a lot of satisfaction out of volunteering. When I first moved to town, I was very involved with the chamber. And as you know, we have a great chamber here in Sheridan. Did their Leadership Sheridan program, and that becomes relevant in a moment. And was actually on the board of directors for Antelope Butte for a couple of years.
You bet.
And got to...
That's where I learned to ski.
Oh, really?
My first ski experience was with buddies who knew that I had never skied before, and of course they took me right to the top my very first time,
as friends do,
and waved goodbye. And it was at Antelope Butte. So I have a soft spot in my heart, or maybe a mental block related to Antelope Butte. But yeah, so you were up there and you volunteered with that organization.
Yep. And then like I said, just had really loved the rodeo. I finished up my time on the Antelope Butte board, and but for the fact that I was able to join the board of directors, definitely would have volunteered with the Sheridan Wild Rodeo. And it just so happened that I kind of had the opportunity to directly step in and do that at a high level, which has been a real privilege.
You bet. So to describe maybe some of your particular responsibilities. We've got a break coming up here in a couple minutes, so we'll just briefly touch on that and maybe get into it a little bit more. So what primarily, we had mentioned that you handle, and you one of the board members with volunteers. So describe your role.
So historically, the volunteers for the Sheridan Wild Rodeo have been called the Spurs. And when I came here, when I started on the board last year, I noticed that perhaps there was some additional revitalization and branding that can be done with that. So I've really kind of started at the base, at the beginning, by trying to add some more formal structure to the Spurs. We can talk about it more, but that involves, trying to create a culture, trying to recruit folks to do the specific things that we need help with regarding the rodeo. As part of my responsibilities, I also work on our scholarship program. I head that up, and then also help with the polo match on Sunday. We're involved with that. We sponsor polo match. So
you bet. Well, we're going to take a break here. When we come back, let's kind of back up a little bit, and because this is a digitally streaming show as well as broadcast on multiple radio stations here. So we have to think broadly that there's people listening who have no idea what the Sheridan Wild Rodeo is about. I mean, hopefully my son in the Netherlands is listening, so maybe describe to his family, my Dutch in-laws, what the Sheridan Wild Rodeo is all about. So we come back, let's just kind of, give the whole picture and what it is, and the fact that it's blasting off here next week here in Sheridan, Wyoming. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio. This is John Baggett, a.k.a. your buddy Bags, with Casey Terrell. We're talking about the Sheridan Wild Rodeo. We'll be back after these on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Good morning.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Back with you, Cowboy State Daily Radio. Casey Terrell on the board of directors with the Sheridan Wyo Rodeo. We're talking about it today because it kicks off next week here in Sheridan, Wyoming. Yep, sunny and 56. It's going to be hot over most of the state with some severe thunder showers possible. And a reminder, we'll be talking to Don Day here later on this morning. Don Day weather forever, we've heard in Wyoming. So before we went to the break, I mentioned that this is a streaming digital and broadcast. So we have people listening, it could be all over the planet, certainly all over the state of Wyoming. And some folks have been up here for the Wyo Rodeo. Some have never experienced it before. And I just maybe start out, the first question that I have for you is, what's so special about the Sheridan Wyo Rodeo, in your opinion?
Much as you said that you're biased about Sheridan, I'm very biased about the Sheridan Wyo Rodeo. It obviously holds a special place in my heart, but I would explain to folks if they ask me that question, there's a real unique confluence of a couple things that make our rodeo so special. One is it is truly a community-involved event, and what I mean by that is it's not isolated to any one part of the community. If you are involved with it in any sort of way, if you're in the Sheridan community in any sort of way, the rodeo is going to impact you.
You bet.
And I think the fact that everybody's so involved makes it really unique and special. It kind of gives us a special sauce, if you will. The other thing that I think is so impressive about the Sheridan Wyo Rodeo is, you asked what I thought was a really great question before the break regarding what is rodeo generally. How do we explain this to somebody that's not familiar with it?
Right.
And at its base, fundamentally, rodeo is cowboys practicing things that they would do as part of their ranching operations, right? Getting on a bronc, riding it, trying to break it in to be ridden long term. That's bronc riding. You have, tie down roping, calf roping, all those sorts of things have pragmatic benefit. Rodeo as a competitive sport is that on a competitive level where cowboys are making, at this point in the world, millions of dollars throughout the course of their career. And again, getting back to what makes Sheridan so special, we have the highest quality and highest caliber of cowboys and stock that you're going to find anywhere. And right in the middle of what is the most exciting time of the year for these cowboys, Cowboy Christmas.
Yeah.
At the end of June, beginning of July, where, they can make runs in this part of the country and really make or break their season as far as trying to qualify for the NFR. So right place, right time, right folks. It's a cool combination.
You bet. I like that we were before Cheyenne Frontier Days and after some other great rodeos around the state. Now, even when I went to Denver, we never missed the National Western. We never missed Cheyenne Frontier Days. In fact, we were on a roll, Deb and I, that we didn't miss Cheyenne Frontier Days for about 25 years straight.
Wow.
But then I left, when I left Sheridan originally in 84, that was, so there was a big gap. So in 84 was the last year that I went to a Wyo rodeo. And I remember very much a very raucous downtown Sheridan, Wyoming. on that last one, but yeah, we'll talk about that some other time. But so there was a big gap for me between rodeos. Then Deb and I moved back finally in 2019, and so the first rodeo that we would have went to because of COVID was canceled. So pushed it out another year, and then so now coming up on 4 years ago. Was like, for decades, I'm finally back. And that's kind of what the realization hit me. This is kind of special. It's a little bit different than what everybody else does in this state, which, some of these great events, we used to go to the wood choppers and some of the other great events around Wyoming, but certainly felt like the Sheridan Wyo Rodeo was exceptional. And so we were talking too about some of the new things that are being introduced. Do you want to touch on that? One thing I do know, and I'm very excited about, and for the first time, maybe for any of us to see, is that now women are going to be involved in the Indian relay races. How exciting is that?
Very exciting. I think our Indian wild horse relays are another reason that our rodeo is so special. If you haven't seen them before, I would encourage you to hop on YouTube. Just if you Google our rodeo on our page, on other folks post them, but they're really something to behold, as you can probably testify to. But this year we're excited. We are running an exhibition women's Indian relay race every night, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. To my knowledge, and Jess Sams is our Indian relay coordinator. He'll probably correct me if I'm wrong on this later, but to my knowledge, this is the first time that we've done this at the Wyo. And my understanding also is that nationally, women's Indian relay is something that's gaining traction. So we are very excited about that. It'll take place around the same time as the men's relay races. So if you're headed out to the rodeo, keep an eye out for that. It's going to be special.
If you've seen it, I did Google it, so I have a little bit of knowledge of it. It is a little bit different, just slightly different rules. It's a shorter version of what the men do. The men have 3 horses to ride, and the women have 2.
Yep.
Correct.
Only one exchange.
One exchange.
Yep. So it does make it a little quicker, a little higher stakes too, right?
Right.
You have less ability to make up ground if your exchange is bad. So it's going to be exciting.
You bet. And this is terrible that I'm forgetting his name. I've met him.
Kennard Realbird.
Thank you.
His reputation precedes him. The man, the myth, the legend.
I have to talk about him because we are in the broadcast business around here. And he's an announcer. It's hard to describe. Again, when you're not used to what we've become used to and anticipate and look forward to hearing from Kenneth Realbird, correct?
Kennard.
Yes.
Yep.
Kennard, not Kenneth.
Yes,
Kennard.
sir. Kennard.
Kennard Realbird. I can't tell you how many times I've sat there as an announcer. I've done some stadium announcing, some play-by-play stuff, and regular old radio. And there's nothing to compare him to. Kennard talks about whatever he wants to talk about.
Yes.
Sometimes not politically correct, but always entertaining and always with a soft heart. So it's never malicious, but he says things that what we anticipate and can't wait to hear. But somebody new would have a wonderful experience listening to Kennard do the play-by-play and the introduction and the description during the relay races at the Sheridan Wyo Rodeo.
Absolutely. And to kind of set the stage for folks who haven't seen it before, Kennard goes at the top of the gold buckle section, which is kind of the highest point in the rodeo. Kennard's been involved with Indian relay his entire life, and he has a real respect and appreciation for it, and also a deep knowledge of it and the teams that are involved. And so he announces them as they come in. He talks about their careers and accolades, and then announces in real time. And you would be hard-pressed to find somebody better for the job. Just the combination of his historical knowledge of it, his appreciation for it, and then his ability to do the play-by-play in an incredibly chaotic event. It's really special, something to behold.
Yeah, he certainly the knowledge comes through too, along with the sense of humor, along with the the political positions he takes, etc. It is a sight and a sound to behold, and to go along with the, I don't want to downplay what you'll see. I think that when they first introduced the Indian relay races in Sheridan, we're used to the rodeo format and so on. The first thing that happens at this rodeo, besides the cannon going off, people better be ready. I'm always looking around at the newbies. I was like, the cannon's going to go off. You better be ready. Mm-hmm. But then it's the Indian relay races right out of the box. So what it has done, it's brought the crowd in. When you go to the rodeo, you go half an hour early if you got to go get a snack or a libation or go to the carnival, because you don't want to be late getting in there, because that's when the Indian relay races start. So what I've noticed is when they first started introducing this, Sheridan's grandstands are packed at, 6 when it starts?
Showtime 7.
7.
Yep.
And at 7 o'clock, it's off and running. So as I said, don't be late. These guys and gals now too, the ladies and gentlemen in the Indian relay races are athletes. Number one, the horses are athletes and beautiful, and they're painted. And I didn't put an image up here. I don't have one right here, but it's you can see the tradition. You can see the great pride of our Native Americans, and obviously they're very, very competitive with it. So what else besides the ladies being added to the Indian Relay Races Championships? And it is a championship tournament here in Sheridan when they get here, correct?
Yeah, our Indian Relay Races are the World Championships. I think that's another thing that makes it so special is Indian Relay teams are constantly competing throughout the year to basically try and earn a spot. It's invite only to come to Sheridan and win a world championship on Saturday night. So that's pretty special. Another thing that we're really excited about that I want to highlight, and it's not necessarily new this year, but it's new in the last couple years, is our Stock Stars Tour. So
yeah, describe that.
Yeah,
for me, because I'm not familiar with it either.
It's frankly, if you're interested in rodeo at all, it's one of the most neat experiences you can have. I mentioned that we have the highest quality athletes and the highest quality stock that there is. Part of that is our partnership with Sankey Pro Rodeo and Phenom Genetics. That's our stock contractors, and working with them, we've created the Stock Stars Tour, which basically you show up in the morning during the rodeo. You have to buy a ticket, of course, in advance for the tour, but you buy a ticket, you get to have breakfast with Sheridan Wild Rodeo board alumni and emeritus, who kind of share more about the rodeo with you. And then from there, you get to go on a tour of the stock. They introduce you to, it's kind of twofold. One, you get to see these animals that usually you only see on TV. One example that comes to mind is like Black Tie, who was a National Bucking Horse of the Year. We set an arena record on him 2 years ago, I believe. You get to see all these horses and bulls that you otherwise wouldn't see. And then there's also an educational component. You get to see how they're cared for. You get to talk with the contractors who are there themselves about what the rodeo run looks like and how they take care of these animals year round. So it's a really neat opportunity. It's pretty unique. And if anybody's interested in rodeo, it's neat because it's both beneficial if you love rodeo. It's like getting to meet celebrities and something you like. And then it's also really neat, too, if you're not involved with rodeo, to get that aspect of it that you don't always see.
I could see where with the school programs, because obviously we have Sheridan College with a great and very competitive program that Bobby Harris has at the rodeo team at Sheridan College. I could see where this would be a great opportunity for students, maybe 4-H, that they would get it behind the scenes, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. And we also... I'm thinking of we have so many volunteers, but one of them I especially appreciate is Helen Maynor. Helen runs our ticket booth, and she would want me to mention that our Stock Stars Tour, we actually added an option this year, VIP tickets. So if you buy that, you get the Stock Stars Tour, and then we also set aside some spectacular seats that it's sort of like a package deal. When you get the Stock Stars Tour, you also get that VIP seat. So I don't know if we have any of those left, but if we don't this year, keep it in mind for next year.
Is that on the it's SheridanWyoRodeo.com?
Yes,
correct?
sir. If they're available, that's where you can find them.
SheridanWyoRodeo.com. That's accurate for the website. Plus, there's a schedule on there. I've been popping it up on the screen on occasion for people to see. We'll talk about the schedule a little bit more. Before we go to the break, would you mind mentioning some of the other board members that are, putting this whole thing together? Who are some of the characters? I know, is Zane still on there, Mr. Garstead? Is he still causing trouble? What a guy. I mean, he's a hockey player, bull rider, real estate agent, and a friend. But who else is rocking and rolling that board?
Yep, Zane's our executive director. Hayden Heafy is our president, our fearless leader. Jess Sams, vice president. He heads up our Indian Relay. Brandy Campbell, she's our board secretary.
I know Brandy.
Love Brandy. She also heads up our parade, and Brandy really is the glue that holds us together. Craig Acord with Sheridan College. He's our treasurer. Sarah Schreiber, Dr. Sarah Schreiber. I call her Doc. She's our veterinarian. She's fantastic. Ryan White, he's in charge of security. Your neighbor.
Friend of both of us.
Good hand all around.
You bet.
Cody Wright, he is in charge of some of our maintenance operations, helps with the ground, also manages stalls. And we also have Jan Gwynn, who heads up our royalty liaison position. So just a really great collection of folks. If I forgot anybody, I apologize. It's like doing public math, right? Trying to remember everybody.
I put you on the spot there. We're talking to Casey Terrell, and he's on the board as well, the Sheridan Wyo Rodeo, and his job is volunteers. And that's what we're going to talk about when we come back. And we're going to recruit. So if you want to run and hide because you're going to be asked someday to volunteer yourself, there's plenty of room. There's plenty of places, plenty of categories to get involved in with this thing here at the Sheridan Wyo Rodeo. We'll be back with Casey Terrell here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Thanks for tuning in. Good morning.
In today's digital world.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say.
My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
I got my rodeo sounding music playing that you can't hear, but our listeners can. 6:45 Saturday, the day after the 4th of July. I've got my little 4th of July conversation coming up next hour because couldn't let it slip by without talking about the fun and games and traditions of the 4th of July. And a guy coming on, him and I have a few of our own that we share, so that's coming up. Okay, so Casey Terrell is on the board of directors, Sheridan Wild Rodeo. He's been kind enough to join us here in our studio live. Great beard, great mustache. That mustache is taken off on its own. And we all realize that, volunteers make this and other great events happen. The wheels don't turn unless we have volunteers. So, what right now, where would you say that the biggest need as far as volunteers are concerned at the Sheridan Wild Rodeo? Where do you see a place where somebody listening could actually plug in?
Thanks again for having me on, Bags. Just want to say
welcome.
that.
Thanks.
So regarding volunteers, what I would say is we don't have a specific area as far as we need somebody to do X, Y, or Z. What we really need is just folks to come out and get involved. What we're seeing is that the Sheridan Wild Rodeo has been a huge part of the community for a long time. And you have folks that have really stepped up and taken on roles. And it's one of those situations where, X person has done this job for so long. And it's almost to the point where it's hard to recognize them as a volunteer because of how committed they've been. But with great events like this, you ensure continuity by having new folks step up, folks get involved as other people fall off. And so, a great example of that is our board of directors. There was a lot of folks on it for a long time who, and I mean, we're talking 20 plus years. That
they aged out. I'm just kidding.
Your words, not mine,
yeah, right.
If they're watching. But
I know some of them, and they're my age or a little bit older, and they have, and I mean this lovingly, done their time and committed themselves. And we absolutely thank them and appreciate them. And I'm teasing a little bit just because you can do that when you're old. You could make fun of old people, but when I say that, they were there for a long time, and it's time to freshen the soil a little bit with some new blood. Is that accurate?
Absolutely, and it's one of those things where you have to have folks that step in to fill that gap, or the thing kind of starts to collapse on itself. So the Sheridan community is great about that. It's, as you know, spectacular for stepping up into those roles. And so what I would say is if you're interested in volunteering, we will find a spot for you. If there's a particular area of interest, we're happy to plug you in there. But overall, if you have a heart for service, reach out to us and we'll figure something out.
And this goes with any event, any rodeo, any of the fairs, and anywhere in the state here. I mean, if you're listening to us in Baggs, Wyoming right now, or Glen Rock or Wheatland or anywhere else, everyone has their rodeo and their, county fair and so forth. The state fair, there's places for you to plug in, and we're not just talking about Sheridan here. And you can attest to the satisfaction that comes with being a volunteer.
Absolutely. I think a lot of folks maybe don't realize or appreciate till they get involved with it, how rewarding it can be to give back to something that gives back to your community, right? I think our latest economic estimates were that the Sheridan Wild Rodeo every year brings in between $10 and $12 million to the community.
Yeah.
And a lot of folks who've been here their whole life. Another interesting category of folks is folks that have been to the rodeo so many times that it may not give them the same thrill that it used to, and so they'd otherwise be sitting at home. And instead of doing that, they're like, you know what, let me give back to it. And it's kind of opened a new aspect of the rodeo for them. So just all that to say, there's a lot of different ways you can approach volunteering, but we would love to have them. And I'm going to make a quick plug for how you can do that. And you don't have to be from Sheridan to volunteer if you want to. Just go to our website, SheridanWildRodeo.com. Then there's a volunteers tab. You can either fill out a form and let us know what you're interested in, or there's a direct link to my email there. And if you email me, we'll get you in touch with sort of descriptions of broad categories of jobs we have, and also get you plugged in with the sign-up sheet where you can sign up, and you can be there every night or every day if you want to, or you can be there for one day for a couple hours. There's a lot of flexibility there.
Yeah, and part of being a volunteer is, you kind of represent our community. You know, hands-on, touching the visitors, the folks, tourists, people who've been here or have never been here before, and so on. I bet there's been some occasions where a volunteer maybe got a little bit more than what they bargained for, or have you ever gotten any feedback from people's experiences as volunteering? Maybe very satisfying to do so, or maybe they've had experiences where they've run into people that have no idea what's going on, and they get to that calf roping part, and the calf gets knocked over. They have to explain it.
Yes. One thing that I found kind of funny was there was a gentleman last year who reached out. He wanted to help with the rodeo. He was a sort of a digital nomad, if you will, and read something about the rodeo online, and I think he was expecting kind of a small event, and then I talked to him and he showed up for the actual rodeo, and I remember finding him to sort of coordinate with him and get him plugged in somewhere, and he was walking through the vendors just kind of literally wide-eyed, a little bit glassed over, looking around, and he comes up and he was like, this is a big deal. And I said, yeah, there's a lot of folks here, but so it's interesting to see sort of what expectations folks have. And that's another neat part about volunteering is experience is great, but you don't have to have any. And so, I have folks that have never been to a rodeo before that come and help us out. And we have volunteers, in things like our Wrangler program, or we also include our board of directors in the volunteer category because we volunteer all of our time. And there's some folks that have been involved not only with rodeo for 40 years, but with this rodeo for 40 years. So it's really spans the spectrum.
So we have a few minutes here, so I put up our call-in text number if you got a question for Casey or myself. Casey Terrell on the board of directors with the Sheridan Wild Rodeo is our guest. That number is 307-278-9598, 307-278-9598. Probably take text right now since you and I are chatting, but I'm going to get that phone number off of your face real quick here. But so if you have a question, I can bring up here. If you want to text in your questions or comments, I'll read those to Casey. But what I wanted to go over to now is the schedule of what we have coming up here. So I always think of the real beginning of the Sheridan Wild Rodeo as the boot kickoff. I do know that there are some other things that go on before that. So this coming Tuesday, what's that, the 8th, I do believe?
Yes, sir.
The 8th is the boot kickoff. That's at Whitney Commons Park. I'm very familiar with that. I've emceed that event a few times.
It's a great event.
And it's a blast. We'll describe that. But is there something that I'm missing, like on Monday? What would be considered the very first thing with the Wild Rodeo? What would that be?
One event that I want to highlight that's new this year is it's somewhat related to rodeo, but there's going to be music at Sheridan College tomorrow. I believe all afternoon. There's also Brewfest today, which is associated.
Brewfest, where is that?
It's a great question. I'm glad you asked it, Bags. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I did know about that. I didn't look it up either, but I did hear, and I am aware of the music that is at Sheridan College. And is that start on Monday?
That's actually, my recollection is tomorrow afternoon. Double check that if you're listening. But my recollection is that's tomorrow afternoon. And I think this discussion that we're having highlights one of the great parts about the WYO Rodeo, which is so many other things, parts of our community also celebrate it in different ways. You have the Brewfest, you have the boot kickoff, you have Sheridan College getting involved with the music. They're bringing back a golf tournament this year. So there's a multitude of events that you can get involved.
Well, my audience will appreciate the fact that I brought up the schedule here to help us out a little bit. So
thank you so much.
You bet. Monday is PRCA, the steer roping slack is going to be going on. And this is at the fairgrounds, which is right up the road from where I live. So steer roping slack on Monday.
Free and open to the public. All slack.
I forgot to mention that. So the slack events are free, and PRCA steer roping on Tuesday as well. Then, of course, the WPRA barrel racing slack as well. So the ladies will be out there, again, free at the Sheridan County Fairgrounds. And then we mentioned starting at 5 o'clock at the Whitney Commons Park, which is right downtown, great venue for it, is the WYO Rodeo Boot Kickoff, which kind of, in my mind, is the big the launch of the WYO Rodeo. To describe that, first of all, they have events for kids from 3 years on up, stick horse races. So bring the kids. They've got an event for them with prizes and everything. It's hilarious.
If you've never seen it, you'd be hard-pressed to find something cuter than those kids.
They're running an obstacle course. You can't beat that. Anyway, then right after that, the boot kickoff. And they also have age and gender categories too, to make things as fair as possible. To describe it is, there's a giant pile of old cowboy boots. I think you can bring your own too. They're not on your foot all the way. They put them on the end. People have techniques for this. You put a boot on your foot, and then you walk up to the line, and you do you're too young to remember Ray Guy. He was one of the great punters of all time. Your best boot kick off your foot for distance, and it's measured, and all these volunteers are out there again doing the boot kickoff, measuring length, and again there's prizes. It's a sight to behold, and you might appreciate this. We were looking at the map. I was showing them where my son Alex lives in the Netherlands, and he brought his beautiful bride Sophie. We took her to the boot kickoff. She got up there. She's going to do it. She's a very brave gal. She gets up there, and she launches her boot, and there was a cameraman there from one of the TV stations, I think from Rapid City, and he had to dive out of the way because it didn't go forward. It went directly sideways. So that's how the Dutch do it, I guess.
Sounds like me when I golf.
It was a slice,
yeah,
for sure. But anyway, so it really is fun. So then Wednesday is the first event, rodeo. The doors open. What time do the doors open at the stadium?
I believe it's 5.
5, yeah. And then the rodeo at 6:30. And WYO Rodeo Family Night, that's what Wednesday is considered. And then Thursday, rodeo, as well as it being WYO Rodeo Pink Night, where pink, and that's just to support, women and cancer and show support. And then Friday, of course, and then Saturday. So it's 4 nights of rodeo. And we're getting ready to kick it off here on Monday, actually, but Tuesday for the boot kickoff at Whitney Commons. I do recommend that, and especially for the family. So we've got just a little bit of time left. Is there anything that you want to give a plug to before we go, or a shout out to? Give you that opportunity right here, Casey.
I just want to say thank you, from the bottom of my heart, to the Sheridan community on behalf of the Sheridan Wyoming Rodeo. Again, I believe that Sheridan, our community, is what makes it so special. I also am very privileged in my role with working with volunteers and all the great folks that I get to meet that way. One of the things that I try and work on is constantly finding new ways to tell them thank you, but I want to do it here. You know, there's so many folks that I'm sure that I'm probably even unaware of that contribute to our rodeo and the rodeo success in small ways. So the thing I want to leave on is just thank you to everybody. Thank you to the folks that pack the stands.
You bet.
Thank you to the Cowboys that
One
come.
more time, SheridanWyoRodeo.com, all that information. All right, we're at the top of the hour. I told you this would go fast. It's 7 o'clock. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Stay tuned for more.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Neighbors of a proposed cell phone tower site in the Ranchettes area north of Cheyenne are accusing Laramie County commissioners of choosing special interests over people. That's after the commission approved plans to build a 150-foot cell tower there. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports the approval came after several strenuous objections from neighbors who raised health and safety issues, citing recent statements by U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Some of the residents there are concerned about cell phone towers. Are there health effects from that? RFK Jr. has said that there are. When I looked at the studies out there on this, really it's inconclusive. The American Cancer Society, for example, has taken no position either way on whether cell phone towers cause cancer.
Kennedy has suggested that cell phones can produce electromagnetic radiation that can do neurologic damage to children who are around them all day, as well as cause cellular damage or even cancer. His critics, meanwhile, have pointed out that so far there's been no widespread increase in the rate of brain tumors despite the widespread use of cell phones. When a Cheyenne restaurant owner posted a PG-rated gay joke on his roadside sign, Wyoming's top LGBTQ advocacy group decided to run with the joke. The drive-through letterboard sign at SP's restaurant reads, "What does the gay cowboy say to his horse?" Then a gap precedes the punchline of, "Hey." Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that in response, LGBTQ group Wyoming Equality decided to call for more.
Talked to Sarah Burlingame, who leads the top LGBTQ advocacy organization in the state. And I'm thinking, gosh, I wonder, is she going to find it offensive? Her organization posted the photo I sent when requesting comments, and they invited more PG-rated dad caliber gay jokes onto their Facebook page, and they cracked some themselves. When I talked to Dan Zwanitzer, longtime Republican lawmaker, former now, but openly gay, married, raising a family. He was actually working on his ranch when I talked to him, and he was like, yeah, that joke's a staple in our family because we work with hay.
SB's owner, Todd Espinoza, said Cowboy State Daily's inquiry was the first time he's been questioned about the joke, adding that most people just laugh or compliment it. He said he hasn't heard any negative response at all. The Casper Police Department believes there may be an arsonist in the city after a series of fires were touched off over a 12-hour period Wednesday evening and early Thursday morning. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that between 8 p.m. Wednesday and 8 a.m. Thursday, the Casper Fire Department and other first responders were called to 5 locations with fires.
I found one place in an alley behind a fire extinguisher business, and I was told by one of the employees that when he came to work, the grass was smoking all around a gas meter. So instead of pulling out their fire extinguishers because they fill them every day, they called the fire department and 911. Then the fire department showed up and the detectives showed up and took photos, and they said that they were told that the fire department and the police were investigating a series of suspected arsons across the city.
No injuries have been reported as a result of the fires, but one incident did result in significant property damage. The department is asking anyone with surveillance video of the fire locations to contact them. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WEVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WEVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WEVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WEVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Well, in what's become an Independence Day tradition, Cowboy State Daily Outdoors writer Mark Hines, for the 4th year in a row, decided to break out his chainsaw for what could be the most patriotic version of the Star-Spangled Banner ever played on a power tool.
Have a close friend, actually soon-to-be family member, Veronica, who also happens to be a experienced professional videographer. And so instead of just shooting it on a cheesy cell phone, we went outside of Riverton here and we shot it professionally. I love the results.
And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
It's 7:05. You're hanging out with your buddy Bags on a Saturday morning on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Wow, it's 60 degrees in Sheridan, Wyoming right now. Sunny skies. Chance of rain over much of the state today. Otherwise, sunny with some storms. Some could be severe, ladies and gents. So we'll have highs in the anywhere from the low 70s over there in Jackson to the low 90s in the southern half of the state, and lows tonight from near 40 to the upper 50s. Okay, getting into the Zoom room here and bringing up the, what a sight to behold. Howdy, Dave Ernie Van Dam Lee, and we're going to get into where that came from. Who knows? 7:06, and here's what happened, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, yesterday was the 4th of July, so anybody calls up and says, hey, you missed it by a day, I wasn't going to let it go by without having my input on there. Dave, can you hear me okay? Let me see, I can't hear you. Let me make sure I don't have you muted. No, I don't have you muted. How about your mute? Do you have your mute on? Let me get back to... Okay. Do I have your... I don't have your mute on. Do you have your mute button on, my friend? Because I can't hear you. Let me see what I can do here. Bring up my Zoom. It looks like the mute is on at your end. So, how about we get Liz in there to show you where that mute button is to turn that thing off? Yeah, this is like me. There he is. Okay, I still can't hear Dave in the audio. Okay, hey Dave, I'm going to call you back. We're going to take a break here. We'll come back. We'll figure out the mute situation here in just a moment. We'll come back. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Be right back.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing
sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days. They haven't drank anything. They're cold. They're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long. It was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay. And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster.
All right. Yeah. There's a blind leading the blind, ladies and gentlemen. It's your buddy Bags. Back to the Zoom room. Hey, Dave Lee, a.k.a. Ernie Van Dam. Good friend. I can hear you now. Let's just do a test 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3 test.
Oh, geez, blow my drums out, dude. All right. It's 7:10. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. On a Saturday. I do the Saturday show, Dave. It's, Jake Nichols during the week, Monday through Friday. Then Bags comes on. It's basically 4 podcasts back to back to back to back. And like last hour, we talked about rodeo and the big Sheridan Wild Rodeo coming up next week. But today, I wanted to talk about the 4th of July. First, we should probably introduce you as to how we know each other. So I'm going to let you describe how we met, when we met. I'm thinking it's about 1989 when I moved from Cheyenne to Denver, and they had a wackadoo morning show producer working there, and that's my recollection as to how we met. What do you think?
Yep, it's about that very same time. Came out of college. I was a wet-nosed kid coming out of college. Think I knew everything there was to know about everything, and I got a job at Q103
right.
With the morning show and the morning flakes. Dave and Abby in the morning. Back then, it was J-Core Communications. Bright and early every morning, Monday through Friday. Abby was a Brit. And Dave was out of the Chicagoland area, and they were the Morning Flakes. And we had breakfast cereals and stuff, but that's when we met. You were doing kind of a myriad of things back then, and you were going by a different name.
Sonny Melendrez.
Very common. Sonny Melendrez. Very common in the radio industry. They didn't know what to call me since my name was Dave, and the host's name was Dave, so they... Long story short, I wore a red cardigan in one time, and he goes, "You're not Dave, you're Ernie from My Three Sons." And then I was Ernie from then on.
Yes. And where did the Van Dam part come in?
Van Dam came in. Jean-Claude Van Damme was starting to become a big kind of a karate guy in the movies and stuff.
80s
and
big hero.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so they thought Ernie Van Dam sounded like it was a better name than like Ernie Pyle or, whatever, just Ernie. So I ended up being Ernie Van Dam.
Yeah, but Ernie Van Dam, I mean, that doesn't describe it because you were that guy. And especially 80s, 90s radio, there was always that sidekick dude, the one that got the goofball assignments, and that the hosts, in your case, Dave and Abby, and then Lewis and Floorwax at 103.5 The Fox, you became that guy. You kind of the stunt guy for the radio show. What were some of your adventures and experiences doing some of those things?
Well, we had a couple of different things. We had like Man on the Street with the Portable Marty. You go out at lunchtime and you ask a bunch of questions and you play it in the morning the next time, and you kind of piece everything together. We had a couple of things where we would do Man on the Street right at the very place, and I'd just find somebody and they'd do a couple of, say a couple of things, couple of lines, and then I'd have to go back and produce it into whatever wacky commercial they've written up or whatever wacky scene they've written up. But we did all kinds of stuff. The parades for Every parade we could think of, we were in
remember
parades.
the Fool's Day parade, which was the fake parade.
That was the first one I ever did, was the April Fool's Day parade.
So to describe that, we were up on the 13th floor at Lawrence and 13th and Lawrence, so a couple blocks from the 16th Street Mall, and we would, or our hosts would, Lewis and Florwax, describe a parade was going on. It was April Fool's Day, and they would describe it to the point where it was so believable that people would start showing up with lawn chairs. We would be looking out the window there on the 13th floor and seeing folks setting up their lawn chairs. And what was the gist of the whole thing with the floats and some of the comments we were making with it?
Well, you had about a week and a half of prep time that they dedicated commercial time to, saying, "Hey, don't forget to come down for the April Fool's parade." And so we were actually doing a couple things. We were testing out the audience to see how many people were actually listening.
Yep.
And then we were talking about parades. Back in that day, we had Roy Romer, who was trying to be he was trying to figure out if he was going to be governor again or not. So one week he was in the race, the next week he was out. So we had the Roy Romer float that disappeared and was there, and then disappeared and then was there. We had some things with Rocky Mountain Arsenal going on. We had some things with just the city streets and the city sweeping going on. So, every now and again you'd hear on the radio that the street sweepers were coming by behind the horses.
Sound effects.
Yeah.
We were using sound effects to make it sound like a parade was going on.
Yeah, literally there was nothing going on except for the regular commute through the street. We did see a couple of backups at a couple of stop signs for people thinking that the parade was going to be on that street, and they just didn't go because they thought the parade was coming.
A lot of the floats had political statements associated with them. Whatever was happening at that time, news-wise, sports-wise, of course, you would have your Broncos float or your Nuggets float with some statement about how they were playing at that point in time. But that was one of them. One of the other ones I remember quite well, you and I were involved in, we called it the Rude Awakening. You get to describe that one, and maybe we'll describe the last one.
Right. So the Rude Awakening is basically, we were the RATS, RATS, Rude Awakening Terrorist Squad. Now you can't use the word terrorist, but back then it wasn't really quite a thing. So what we would have is we would have listeners call in and say, "Hey, I want you guys to come wake up my husband or wake up my wife."
Like their birthday or anniversary, goofy thing to do.
Whatever occasion. And we would set up everything a week in advance with whoever the husband or the wife was. We take our portable unit out, and then we would show up at early in the morning, be live on the air, break into we wouldn't break in, but the spouse would open up, and then we'd charge in, "Well, happy birthday," live on the air.
And we had a bullhorn and a boat horn to blast them out of bed.
Yeah. Sometimes they were clothed and sleeping, and sometimes they weren't, in the shower.
We remember the doctor, a woman who her husband set her up for a rude awakening, and you and I went in. He let us in, and we had the bullhorn and the boat horn. "Good morning," and she's in the shower. She's in the shower. So we went to the bathroom door, hit the boat horn, and hit the bullhorn. "Hey, happy birthday! Good morning!" And she just flung open the shower door with no concern whatsoever. Of course, this was radio, so nothing illegal or broke any rules with the FCC, because nobody could see what was happening, but we did. So.
Yeah, we did, and so we had, not only did we had ourselves on the line, and had to do all the logistics with all the cabling and the cords and stuff, but we also had John Hartley and Q Sky Patrol.
So we had a helicopter flying overhead while we were doing these, and he would do like a description introduction of us. So it was very, very sophisticated.
For the time, it was very sophisticated.
Well, there was no cell phone, so we had to carry, when we're talking about a Marty unit, it probably weighed, I'd say, about 25 pounds? Would that?
Yeah, just about.
And it had a strap on it, so it was like the size of a briefcase, metal, and heavy, and it had a strap, and you could carry it around your shoulder, and you could connect microphones to it, and it basically was a miniature transmitter, and it would shoot a signal from wherever we were to, was it a Mile High Stadium? I think we had a receiver at Mile High.
There was one at Mile High. We also had one in the van that would sometimes we had to shoot it back to the van, and then the van would shoot it either to Mile High or up onto Lookout Mountain, which was another 20 miles away.
Yep, and that's how we did things live back in the day. We'd carry that Marty. That's why it was a two-man job. One of us was going to blast people out of the bedroom with the bullhorn and the boat horn, and the other one was going to carry the Marty and the microphone, and
unwheel all the cables.
That's right. And so the last one was that's when even as crazy as Jack Evans was, the guerrilla programmer that we had at the time, that was enough because it got a little hairy. Do you remember that one?
Oh yeah. So we're doing our thing, and we're getting ready to go into this guy's house, and everybody's quiet, everybody's tiptoeing around, and we do our normal barge in. Boat horn, good morning, everybody, good morning, and the boat horn and everything, and all of a sudden I hear out of the corner of my eye, gun! He's got a gun! And here we are.
They were supposed to set it up. It was always part of the deal, and we made them sign stuff that said that there'd be no dogs in there. That happened to us too. There wouldn't be any weapons, of course, and the person who set it up was going to run interference for us. But that didn't happen on this last occasion, did it?
No, they all scrammed, and we came running in. And as soon as that door flung full open, it was duck and cover.
Yeah.
I can't remember what kind of gun he had, but he sure looked like Dirty Harry to me.
Yeah, we were out the door lickety split. A lot younger, a lot quicker than we are now. So anyway, hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is my buddy and former, radio cohort in Denver. Dave, you're a construction guy. What's the name of your company that you and Liz operate?
It's called Colorado Chute Company. So we take care of permanent trash chutes, linen chutes, recycle chutes. We also do trash compactors. So high-rise apartment complexes, hotels, hospitals, things like that, they all have a chute of some sort in them. We maintain them, we fix them, we bring them back up to code. That's kind of what we do.
Yeah, and Liz Liz Lee, Dave's wife, is a teacher and also a part-time technical engineer, apparently.
Yes, she is. She knows how to turn she's more adept at Zoom conversations than I am. So
I think that was perfect for you and I. Wasn't that just par for the course? All right, it's 7:22. We're going to take a commercial break. You remember that, hitting the post? Come on, man. It's 7:22, Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags and Ernie Van Dam on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Stay tuned.
When you hear the words...
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, we'll crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Panda, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days. They haven't drank anything. They're cold. They're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long. It was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
Okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Hey, welcome back. Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Saturday, July the 5th, the day after Independence Day. I don't feel 249 years old. How about you, Dave?
I don't. Absolutely not.
No, I'm good. I'm maybe a good 235 years of age. But not 249. And the big one, 250 coming up. I mean, we're about the same age, in the same vicinity. I'm a little older and wiser. But we remember the bicentennial and what a big deal. And thinking then, that would have made me 15 years old, thinking then that, this is like way Futurama to be thinking about the 250th birthday of the United States. That was too far gone at that time, but here we are. Alive and kicking at 250 coming up. Well, hopefully, God willing, we're here next year. We should make it. And now that we're promoting it, we should probably be allowed to make it to it. So, chance of rain over much of Wyoming today, Dave, here in God's country that you're just south of there in Colorado. It's going to be hot in some places, some pretty severe thunderstorms over parts of the state. Some places, like the high country, in the mid-70s, and in other places in the mid-90s, and lows tonight 40 to upper 50s. Right now in Sheridan, Wyoming, where I reside, it is 63 degrees, sunny skies, not a cloud in the sky at the moment, Dave. All right, there's that. Okay, so here's the way I described you in my promo, buddy. It's Dave Lee, also known as Ernie Van Dam. What else have you been known as? Yeah, no swearing. We are being broadcast, so FCC is involved. No swearing.
I was trying to think of another name that it wasn't a swear word, and I can't think of it.
Yeah, me neither. So anyway, the way I described you is Dave Lee, proud American, super patriot, funny guy with a checkered radio past. And so, let's get to that proud American side of you that I've always recognized. First, here's, ladies and gentlemen, this is how I could best describe my friend Dave and his level of patriotism and tradition and so forth. What used to be the chime on your doorbell? Can you tell our radio listeners what would happen if you hit the doorbell at Dave Ernie's house at one time?
It was John Wayne saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
See what I mean, folks? So you went to Dave's house, you hit the doorbell thinking, you're going to hear some chimes or something, and John Wayne, the voice of John Wayne in a recording, would come on, and he would say the Pledge of Allegiance all the way through, too.
All the way through.
Yeah, there was no messing around with that. So that's what we're dealing with here, ladies and gentlemen. It's hard to compete with that because I consider myself an uber patriot and a lover of country, as you do. But also, you and I both have a family that are serving. You with Sean in the Marines, a major now in the Marines. I'm so daggum proud of him. He's stationed overseas right now, and huge amount of responsibility that he has. We're Facebook friends, and we do communicate, and I see the pictures of what he's doing. So very proud of him. My son is in the Army at Fort Bragg. He's a captain, Ranger tabbed, airborne, jump master. So we have those two just to stack on top of the fact that we're already. Is that a big giant American flag there behind you?
It is. If I could figure out how to
unfuzz it,
right, I would, but I don't want to touch any buttons because I'm
any.
not that guy.
Yeah, don't do it. But yeah, it just goes to show. But maybe a little bit if you can just describe what Sean is doing, what you can share, and in our connection with the military.
Sure. So Sean is a major in the Marine Corps. He was tasked when he first got in the Marine Corps. He wanted to be an AA driver, AAV, so amphibious assault vehicle. It's one of the things that float off the back of a boat, the Navy, float off, and it tracks its way in onto the beach, and it carries anywhere from 10 to 15 to 20 to 30, depends on what they're doing, onto the beach. It has some weaponry on it, but they float about I think there were 6 or 8 or maybe even 10 of these in their fleet, is what they say, at a time each wave. So they've redone some of those. They hadn't updated those since, I think, the Korea campaigns, maybe even the latter part of World War II. But they finally got new ones. So he's tasked now in making sure that these things are going to be operational just in case we need them. So he just had his 3rd child, a little boy.
Yeah,
and
congrats again, Grandpa.
Yeah, and so he's heading off to Australia here in the next week or so to do some testing in Australia, and then they're going to be doing some testing around the kind of the Pacific area, the Pacific Rim.
He's getting further and further away from you.
Yeah, he is. He spent a year in Dubai, and he was a guy who loved it cold, and when he came back from Dubai, he even loved it even more cold. So, but he's in Okinawa now, and he's each day is 95 degrees and 200% humidity, so he's getting used to sweating.
No doubt. Well, congratulations to Sean.
Thank you.
We'll have this archived so that we can send him the link and he can hear us high-fiving him, cyber high-fiving him, and thanking him for his service and congratulating him on bringing another child into the world. I was teasing him the other day. I saw a picture of his son, and he looks just like his pop. That's kind of funny. All right. So anyway, so I was, we talked about patriotism, and I don't want to, joke too much about it because sometimes it can be a touchy topic. I think I told you my my show is very little politics unless it is, the elephant in the room, which it has been kind of recently with the wars going on in other parts of the world. But I have noticed a palpable change in the atmosphere related to patriotism. Hang on. I have a cough button. I don't know if you do.
I don't.
I'm back. And anyway, so first of all, a sign that the pendulum is swinging back to where patriotism is hip again is every single one of our military services are not only meeting but surpassing their recruitment numbers. And maybe get your opinion a little bit as to why you think that is.
Well, I think the country did a big exhale after the last election, believing that things were actually the the silent majority finally voted, and the whole country did a quick exhale. And so I think even some of our enemies were like, "Oh, well, I don't know if I like that or not." Um, but there's a genuine feeling of we're on the right track now. We see it here in Denver. We have some Democratic leadership that is slowly trying to come around, but I think there's just that general feeling that we're almost we're living in a better time than we were 4 or 5 years ago.
Well, and it's tangible. I think those numbers showing. I saw an interview with a young recruit recently. I don't remember which news source it was, but he was talking about his generation, that generation. So that would be Gen A now, or are we still in Gen Z? No, it would be Gen Z, and that they're back to where it's okay to outwardly demonstrate your patriotism, to wear an American flag, to obviously to join the military, and or to display the fact that you're an American and you're proud to be an American. You sense that that's accurate, that there's a shift?
I do. I sense that's a definite shift. We have a couple of kids in the neighborhood that just graduated high school, and a couple of them, well, probably about 5 of them out of the kids, about the 10 that are in the neighborhood, 10 or 15, they're all going into military service. There's a couple going down to the Air Force Academy. They're right here in Colorado Springs. There's a couple that are going in, the Army and the Navy and the Marine Corps. So we didn't see that very much, probably the past 5 or 6, maybe 7, 8 years.
Right.
But now it's starting to turn around, and the silent majority is finally starting to speak up on all kinds of different issues, not only military wise and patriotic wise, but social stuff that's been crammed down our throats for the last umpteen years are now starting to turn around as well. So everybody's pretty stoked that we're Americans. That's good for me.
Well, we never stopped, you and I, and you more than most. But I spoke with Joseph about that, and he did indicate. So he's been in the Army now for 8 years. And how long has Sean been serving?
I think he's in, all said and done, I think he's about 12 or 14.
Wow. Awesome commitment. God bless you, Sean. Yep. But Joseph, we were talking about that. I asked him the same question I just asked you, if he felt like there was a shift in patriotism or, love of country, if you want to put it that way. He did describe, he said, from when he first came in, the level of the quality of individuals going in is what he has seen. That 8 years ago, and there's always been folks who go into the military because they feel like it's a last resort, or it's for the GI Bill. It's for many other reasons other than like our sons, lifers, maybe we'll see. But and there was always a difference with when you got into the special forces. You got into your Rangers, your SEALs, your Delta, your Green Beret. That's always been an extremely high level. Better mention Marines too, but there's always been a high level quality of individual who challenge themselves to do things like that. But the general recruit, the GI, in some cases, maybe was not folks that they were allowing in who maybe were not in shape, maybe didn't have a high school diploma, or et cetera. Well, that too has shifted with a higher quality of recruit.
Well, and I think what they did in the past is they lowered some of the standards to get in. You have to do some sort of physical activity to get in the military. And I think they lowered some of that down from, instead of doing 25 push-ups, you only have to do 12 or whatever it was.
Yep.
Now all those standards are raised up a little bit. And, you know, we're dealing with some of the kids coming out of high school and getting into college right now are some of the COVID kids, right? So you've got whatever your opinion is on the whole COVID thing. They were locked down for a couple of years and they didn't have to really do anything because they were going to school like you and I are right now. So now they're finding that there is a bigger world out there. There is a better way to live than in a box and in a home, and you can't go out unless you got a mask on. And now they're starting to explore the planet, and there's the best way to do it, and that's join the military, because they'll take you everywhere you want to go and places you don't.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, and that's the reality. I do think that we've seen it with our boys being stationed all over the world and far away. There's a reality to it, and I do, recommend that people investigate it thoroughly before making a decision like that. So, yeah, I think we're on the same page as far as we're seeing a little bit more patriotism, that it's back in style, and I'm really happy about that. Real quickly before we go to another break, is there some other, example besides John Wayne doing the doorbell chime at your home with the Pledge of Allegiance that would demonstrate your level of patriotism?
Mm-hmm. Well, I got a shirt on that's on this chair that's John Wayne that says, I don't know if you can read this or not, but it basically says, since it's kind of all fuzzy, it says, John Wayne, if you don't respect your elders, then I'll just have to teach you how to respect your betters.
Yeah.
And the only thing missing from this shirt is the American flag, but it's John Wayne, and
you and I have always had a conflict. Greatest American movie, Cowboy. Mine is Clint Eastwood. Yours is John Wayne. I've accepted that about you. As wrong as it is, I've always accepted that. In fact, when Deb and I travel, whenever we run into an ashtray or a coffee mug with John Wayne on it, we either buy it and get it for you, sometimes not ever even delivering it, but it always makes us think of you. And I stand by the fact that the greatest Western, as far as I'm concerned, is Outlaw Josie Wales. And I love some John Wayne movies, but we're not going to agree on everything, pal.
No, can't agree on everything. The Searchers is probably pretty solid.
Yeah, I like McClintock.
She Wore a Yellow Ribbon.
Yeah,
but it is what it is. Two different genres. One couldn't exist without the other.
Right.
And John Wayne couldn't exist without all the guys in front of him. So, it's passing the torch, like trying to argue what the best football team is.
Man, see, I knew this was going to go political, way out of hand already between Clint and John Wayne. All right. It's 7:41. When we get back, we have a family tradition that we're going to share. And I don't mind. I mean, it has expanded. We stole it from somebody, and then I don't know if you stole it from me or we stole it from you. There's just this tradition that we have. We want to describe. It's defend the fort. How do we call it? Protect.
Last castle standing or last fort standing?
Last fort standing, whatever. It involves a raw egg, popsicle sticks, a lot of glue, and plenty of fireworks, and sometimes pellet guns. So. When we come back, I want to talk about defend the fort, whatever we call it, and some other 4th of July weekend traditions, okay? All right, stand by, Dave. 7:42. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. We'll be back. Good morning, everybody.
Julie was always...
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to. In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
$7:45 Saturday morning. Your buddy Bags, John Baggett in Sheridan, Wyoming, where it's sunny and 64 degrees, already going to get up to 90 here in Bighorn Mountain Country. We are talking late 4th of July conversation. Again, I couldn't let it go by, being the Uber Patriot or Super Patriot that I am, without talking a little bit and having a little fun with the fact I've got Dave Lee in the studio. Dave Lee, to me, started out as a work co-worker. That's all it was. And then, of course, we had kids at around the same time, and next thing you know, buddies for life, Dave.
Buddies for life.
At least I consider it that way. I didn't. I should have done some research beforehand to make sure you're still in that lane. But
you're right.
Feels like it.
You're tracking.
Feels like it.
I'm there.
We like Liz anyway. But all right. So before I get off track here, man, you distract me. But anyway, so we were talking about 4th of July traditions and events and things. First of all, what did you do for the 4th yesterday, Mr. All-American?
Well, we were getting ready for the last castle standing or last fort standing thing, and as a tradition, I wake up and I try to play some patriotic music in the morning, and first music out, it landed on John Philip Sousa. And so we were listening to a little John Philip Sousa, and the second song I was getting ready, and I realized the second song that played was the marching band scene from Animal House.
And where they go into the alley and run out of the room. Okay.
Yeah. First thing that came to my mind was, hey, those guys are coming up on us pretty fast, aren't they? So I'm laughing as hard as I can as I'm trying to get ready. I'm crying. Liz is nowhere to be found. She comes up, and I'm still out of breath from crying. And then a couple more happened, and a couple more John Philip Sousa's come on, and I had to finally turn it off because I wasn't listening to the music as it should have been playing. I was remembering, like, the theme song from Doc Savage, Man of Bronze, was one of the John Philip Sousa's. And I'm like, what is going on here? So I finally turned it to, we had country music in the morning. We made All-American breakfast and put on a red, white, and blue, and, saluted the flag. And before we started our thing, we pledged allegiance to the flag, and
that's right. I didn't mention that. But before we describe the Attack the Fort contest, we really do got to come up with a handle for that thing. We're marketing, branding people, for crying out loud.
Right.
So anyway, Deb and I, it was pretty laid back, but man, we ended up, had to mow the lawn because we were traveling last week, so it was getting a little out of hand. So to get up and take care of that. But then we ended up in Ranchester, Wyoming, another beautiful place when you get up here to visit, we'll take you to. Ranchester is a town of about, 1,500 people, maybe. It's about, 12, 14 miles north of us, closer to the Montana border. Beautiful community, sits right at the base there of the Bighorn Mountains. And the whole town, it's insane. Everybody in town is letting off fireworks. As you know, up here in Wyoming, we like our freedom, which includes the constitutional directive that we light off some fireworks on the 4th of July. So they take that very seriously in Ranchester, Wyoming. Now, we had heard that it's like that there, but Deb and I had not attended. We're coming up on our 6th anniversary of being back home in God's country. And so we went over there for the first time. We found a spot. And I'm not exaggerating because when I know that I'm capable of doing that. But Deb's my witness, and she won't lie for me. At one point, we counted 8 fireworks displays. It's a town of 1,500 people, and I'm not talking, the bottle rockets going off here and there, like the wimpy little stuff they have there in Colorado.
Right.
No, these were. I think only 2, maybe 3 of those 8 were professional shows. The rest were just some ranchers or somebody's backyard. And Dave, I am not exaggerating. They were shows. We didn't look. We had a panorama of 8 different fireworks displays going off in front of us.
Beautiful.
It was awesome. And again, I wasn't prepared for that. I knew that the town and one other entity escapes me now were doing fireworks displays, but it seemed like there was multiple, maybe one rancher against another or a church against another, that they were competing against each other. Who was going to blow up the most ordnance last night? So we ended up having a really great time. We were just parked right there on the Tongue River, which is a beautiful waterway here. Loaded. We watched some kids catching fish right in front of us because we got there like at 4 or 5 in the afternoon, so we had a few hours to wait for the fireworks. But it was pretty all American. Maybe not relative to what we're going to talk about right here, but it was pretty good. We had a great time, and I had to maintain relatively because I had to get up and do this show and get up at 4:30 and start getting ready for a 6 o'clock airtime. But anyway, we have this tradition that we shared with the Lee family for many years. Lee family, friends, distant relatives all over. We stole it from Deb's family, if they're listening, the Phillipses in Lincoln, Nebraska. They passed along this tradition of, I'm going to let you describe it. That's why you're on here, Dave. That's why you're getting paid the big bucks from my guest list here. So describe the fort contest, if you will.
Well, so the fort contest,
and I do have the rules here. So if you screw it up, I'll.
Well, those are the rules that we used to play by, and it included fireworks. Past couple of years, we haven't been able to do that, so that's where the pellet gun comes in. So you get 76 popsicle sticks.
76. I mean,
76.
we know 76 because 1776 popsicles is way too many. So 76.
Right.
Got it.
76. So they come in a little bag. Everybody gets a bag, and you get your 76 popsicle sticks. I count them out myself. Then you get a little thing of glue, Elmer's glue or something very similar. And then you get an army man of some way, shape, or form that we've added in. So you get an army man, and then you get a raw egg. And the object is to build a fort, and the last egg standing that's not cracked wins. And then, so you have 45 minutes to build this fort. With the pellet gun, it's a little bit different because all you got to do is build a wall, but you got to make it sturdy so you don't shoot through the wall and kill the egg. there's always somebody that doesn't put something on the back of the egg. So when you hit it the first time, the egg rolls out, and then you shoot the egg, and they're out. But the Army man was added because if you hit the Army man, then you get another shot. And every turn, you get 3 shots to try to kill whatever fort you're shooting at. So you go through the day. There's always one person that doesn't know how to build it, and so they're one of the first ones out. Liz this time. And then it dwindles down, and some of the master builders are the ones that take the most lead, like yesterday. Of all the shots that were taken, mine probably took 3/4 of the shots that were ever fired, and I lasted until 3 out of 9. So I got
You're
third place. So
it's very much I remember it usually was the younger people trying to get rid of us, the older folks. Is that still the case where you get picked on? It's not very politically correct where, you feel sorry for somebody. If you see a weakness in one of these builders, if you see an opening, or if you have it out for somebody, like usually your dad or somebody in the family, and you just start concentrating. Now, I'll interject here because, some years I remember because, Colorado, very restrictive fireworks. Just so you know, not here. It was like Fallujah around here going off with Wyoming fireworks, not those, little lady fingers you guys are doing. But normally we have in that bag, we have, smoke bombs and whatever is legal at the time in Colorado. And we use those as well to get to that raw egg.
Yeah, and so we had 2 bags. We had the bags for the pellet guns, and then I had a little assortment grab bag which had pop bottle rockets and black cats and snakes and little tanks that shoot sparks, and you can burn the fort down that way, and all kinds of different things. But the night before, people were lighting out those big, the big ones here. Just you go and get them.
Roman candles.
And we had a couple of patrols running around, so we were like, no, we better not do that. So we did it with the pellet guns, and then when all said and done, the winner, who's ever the last fort standing, they always go up against the cannon.
Yes, I'm gonna show an image of the cannon. Go ahead, buddy. Keep describing that sucker.
So it's a little black powder cannon that is never lost. We load it with either peppercorn or we load it with whole cloves, and we ignite light the fuse, step back, and let the cannon do its thing, and it is never lost. So the cannon is the ultimate winner of the last fort standing, but let's not forget the almighty trophy.
Right. Well, I got somebody new won this year. I'm not recognizing the individual holding the trophy.
Right.
The trophy is hang on, before we get to that guy, I'll go back and describe the fact that, there's a great picture of myself and my son. I think it was me handing off because I had won it, and then the year after that, there we go. That was it.
Yeah, 2015 and 2016.
Oh,
that's the year because we have it.
Ancient history.
So we have all the names and the winners on the back of the thing, on the back of the first place banner prize, and that stays here. It doesn't travel like most of my trophies travel, but this one stays here because I don't want it to disappear.
Well, and that's the tradition of it really is of course you have the keganator in the background.
Yeah.
That's where we get some libations going as well. So obviously there's a period of time where you're just talking smack about how good you are at building, and then you get your bag of your arsenal and the popsicle sticks, the glue, and the decorations. You decorate very patriotically, and then you build that time, that 45 minutes you have to build the best possible fortress you can to protect that raw egg. So it has over the years, it has become pretty sophisticated, and we have learned from our past mistakes, haven't we, Dave?
Yep, always learn. Every year you learn, and I learned this year that I got a pretty solid one because I probably took 50, 60 pellets into mine before it cracked, and everybody else was at about 20 before they died. So, everybody targets me, and that's fine. That's just another badge of honor that I walk around going, yeah, you can't do it. You can't do it. Don't waste your time.
It's a backhanded compliment when they come after you because they feel like they have to prove something to you. Well, Dave, I told you this was going to go quickly, and it did. It's a blast. It's great seeing you. The invitation stands for you guys to make the journey north. If you hit I-25 and you end up in Montana, you've gone too far. Just take a left at Buffalo, Wyoming, and you're headed towards our house. So, yeah, that's it, buddy. Thanks for joining me. I've absolutely loved it. And we'll be back again here in the next hour talking to Don Day. We're going to talk about weather. We're going to talk about drought. We're going to talk about fire season. But that's coming up here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Stay tuned.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Wyoming truckers who say they were dreading a federal regulation to put speed limiting devices on their trucks are praising President Donald Trump's reversal of the Biden-era agenda, preparing them to go into effect. One Cheyenne-based trucking company owner told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that the devices, called speed governors, are often to blame for more hazardous road conditions.
Biden's DOT in 2022 was like, look, we're going to move toward governing these heavy trucks. And talking to truckers around Wyoming, they're like, those bottlenecks that happen on the interstate when one trucker is trying to pass another trucker and the one on the left is going 70 and the one on the right is going 68, that's from a major company that for insurance reasons has a governor limiting the speed.
Governors introduce other hazards by making truckers who are limited both in the speed they can go and the number of hours they can drive in a stretch by law feel rushed and likelier to undertake other shortcuts. A partnership between OpenAI and Oracle could lead to the construction of another large data center in Wyoming. OpenAI, the parent company of ChatGPT, announced Tuesday it plans to rent 4.5 gigawatts of data center power, enough to provide power to 750,000 homes, from Oracle. Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian reports that sites in Wyoming, Michigan, Texas, and Wisconsin are among the potential data center sites.
Data centers use a tremendous amount of power, and most of them use a tremendous amount of water as well. Luckily, Black Hills Energy, which is the power company for Cheyenne, has power available, and they have some special rates. They're actually a national leader in working with data centers. As far as water goes, Daniel Singh, state representative, said there's a possibility they could bring water from the ocean, desalinate it, and use it for their cooling systems.
Cheyenne is also popular with data center developers because of its proximity to I-80 and a parallel fiber optics line. President Donald Trump and the signature legislation of congressional Republicans made it across the finish line Thursday as GOP leaders made the 4th of July deadline they set for completing the multi-trillion-dollar tax and spending package. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Thursday's vote in a raucous House was 218 to 214 in favor of the version the Senate passed 2 days ago, with Vice President J.D. Vance breaking a 50-50 tie.
It passed by a higher margin, by more votes on Thursday than it did when it first passed out of the House the first time to go to the Senate. It only passed by one vote then. Then the Senate made a bunch of changes to it, which a lot of people thought, hey, the Senate's made so many changes to it, it's going to cause some problems in the House. They basically said, it's fine, we'll take it. They passed it, and they picked up 4 more votes on it too. So now the focus is, what does it mean for all kinds of things in government, for agencies? There's a lot of things about energy that Wyoming wants to keep an eye on.
Due to all the drafting and redrafting, it's not entirely clear how much of the Republican agenda was lost to Democrats' successful parliamentary challenges. But Republicans have sounded upbeat. The centerpiece of their bill, preserving tax cuts, was never threatened, nor were most major spending provisions. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WEVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WEVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WEVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WEVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Dozens of public fireworks displays are scheduled throughout Wyoming to celebrate Independence Day. And Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi points out that if there isn't a public show in your community, you shouldn't have to go far for a picturesque view of the pyrotechnics.
If you got up high enough, you could probably see multiple fireworks displays from multiple places on the evening of July 4th. But most places have either public fireworks displays or they have spots designated where people can set off their own fireworks. I know Worland and Glen Rock don't have public displays, but they encourage people to bring their own fireworks and set them off at designated areas. But you're not far from fireworks on 4th of July, and that's one of the great patriotic things about Wyoming.
Many city and county fire departments remind Wyomingites that most types of fireworks are prohibited within the city limits of most communities and strictly banned on all state and federal lands. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio, 8:05 on Saturday, July the 5th, the day after Independence Day. I don't feel 249 years old. Do you? I don't think so. Hi, everybody. It's your buddy Bags, John Baggett. I'm here till 10 o'clock every Saturday, 6 to 10, with Jake Nichols, 6 to 10, Monday through Friday. And every hour is like a podcast, different topic, different issues, different guests. And here's one of my favorites. Always, as I describe myself to Don Dave, kind of I'm a weather nerd. I can't get enough of it. If there's a storm coming, Don, are you there in the Zoom room? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine.
All right. Well, I'm one of those guys, I will go sit out on the porch if I know there's a storm coming in, Don, and I will check it out and just stay there and watch it develop. It's one of the fascinations of life for me, and that's why every now and then I do like to check in with you and see what's going on and how the weather is affecting us and where we're at with moisture, etc. So, hey, I know you're busy. You're out and about. You've got your own 4th of July, Independence Day weekend stuff going on. But I wanted to bring you back. Don Day, meteorologist Don Day, is our resident expert here at Cowboy State Daily when it comes to weather. First of all, Don, where are you and what's the weather like where you are?
Well, I am right now in the Snowy Range Mountains near a place called Keystone, Wyoming, which is an old mining town area that was settled way back before the turn of the 19th century. And so our families have had a cabin and some cabins up here since the late 1940s. And so this time of year, we try to get up here as much as we can. And due to the wonderful technology of Starlink, I'm able to talk to you while sitting on a big granite boulder right now.
That's awesome. So you've got a signal, you've got Wi-Fi there somewhere in order for us to be able to do this.
It's amazing. Yes.
Yeah, good for you. Well, the forecast around here today, we should have started with that here in Wyoming. Wait a minute. I've got Don Day here. What's the forecast for Wyoming today, Don?
Well, it's going to be better than yesterday. Boy, it was a rough and tumble day yesterday of thunderstorms. Had some really strong ones in some areas. And a lot of wind, some heavy rain, a lot of lightning. Now, the good news, next 2 days, we won't have as many thunderstorms, especially for folks on the western side of the state. The eastern side of the state on a line from about Sheridan to just about Rawlins east there's going to be afternoon and evening thunderstorms today and tomorrow. The western side of the state, just isolated ones, and the coverage and the amount of them will be less. But if you're around them, we're looking at some risk for a few thunderstorms getting strong, especially with wind gusts. So for folks who are outdoors planning outdoor activities, you want to take it the early part of the day, like right now. The early parts of the day, today and tomorrow, will be sunny and pleasant, but it's those afternoon and evening gusty thunderstorms you need to be ready for.
You bet. Well, we feel like we dodged a bullet yesterday. We were in Ranchester for their amazing fireworks show all over town. It was a panorama of fireworks shows in Ranchester. First of all, that we've had a pretty good amount of moisture in this region, so that things were very, very green, and so there was little, if any, restrictions on fireworks in Ranchester. And then the storms, I mean, they were all afternoon. It was threatening, like it could rain and it could get in the way of the fireworks shows, but it just would skirt us. We'd feel a couple of raindrops, and then it moved out. And by the time the show started, when it got dark, probably now we're like at 9:30 p.m. as late as it is when it gets dark. They moved out, and there was no wind, Don, and so
I know it does happen occasionally. It does.
So the Roman candles and the displays looked like they were supposed to look. They're wide open instead of, sometimes here when we get our fireworks in Wyoming, some parts of the state get a side view, a flattened out explosion of that. So we really did. We lucked out. It was beautiful and perfect, and just very, very comfortable. Probably in the low 60s by the time we left. But hey, Don, are we in a normal weather year in Wyoming and the Rocky Mountain West? Are we?
Well, I have to tell you this, from doing this for 30 plus years, one thing that I've really learned is the word normal is probably something that we should never associate with the weather, especially in Wyoming. I like to use the word kind of average, but even then, it's hard to do that. And the reason I say this is that, once you become kind of a weather historian, you get some decades of weather under your belt, and then you start graphing things. Then you start putting together the data. What you find out in this part of the country, in the Central Rockies, here we are in the middle latitudes, and we're in between a lot of different air masses that, whether it's the Pacific or the Arctic or the deserts or moisture coming out of the plains, Wyoming's weather is extremely variable year to year. And when you put together, there was a chart I made not too long ago, precipitation in Wyoming since 1895 to 2024. And it looks like you handed a crayon to a 2-year-old. because you don't see a smooth curve. You don't see where the lines every year of precipitation are similar. So when we say, let's take Sheridan for an example. Sheridan, the normal precipitation for Sheridan is 15 inches of moisture a year. Okay. All that is the average of precipitation over, let's say, a 100-year period. However, if you go look year to year, you'll see a year that there's 22 inches of precipitation. You see a year there's 7. You see there's a year where there's 10. And then when you start looking at the data harder, you see that very rarely does it hit 15 inches.
Right.
Or very rarely do you see 1 to 2 to 3 years in a row where it's around 15 inches. So a lot of our weather, what we call normals or averages, a human construct, which does not accurately represent what we call interannual variability, which means we're very sensitive to large features that drive our climate that make it really, really tricky to put together 1, 2, 3 years in a row where the weather's the same. So what's normal in Wyoming is it being erratic. and year to year to have things being very, very different.
And very different just geographically where you are. For example, I feel, and I'm going to stop using normal, thank you, as far as describing the weather. Because this season, it seemed like in Sheridan, northern Wyoming, we had a very slow start to winter, but then we had a significant late winter and a very but a wet spring. But just south of us, there'd be these storms, and I'd be driving south, and there'd be all kinds of snow in the Sheridan, Buffalo. But then you just get 30, 40 miles out of Buffalo, and by the time you got to Casper and Glenrock and other places, they didn't seem to have nearly as much snow as we did. And so obviously, when you look at the state, you really have to break it up regionally, don't you, Don?
Oh, you do, and your observation was correct. And that's the thing about Wyoming is, number one, it's a big state. And number two, it's high in elevation. I mean, the average elevation of the state is, up there in the top, 5 or 6 in the United States. And then we have, if you were to just study a topography map of the Western United States, Wyoming's topography doesn't look like Montana's. It doesn't look like Colorado's. I mean, Wyoming is one of the places along the Continental Divide where we have these isolated mountain ranges that are not continuous. And the Bighorn Mountains are a good example of that. And then you see breaks between Casper Mountain and the Bighorns. And then you see the Wind Rivers jut out from Yellowstone. And then you have these big basins like the Powder River Basin, the Bighorn Basin, the Sweetwater County Great Divide Basin around Rock Springs and Green River and over towards the Rawlins area. So we have these big mountains, we have these big basins, and then we have this wide variety of topography. And the thing that affects our Wyoming weather the most and gives us those big differences that you observed from Sheridan to Casper, let's say, is the fact that the atmosphere is always interacting with the ground and the topography. So the topography really plays a huge difference. And when we take the topography and wind directions and put them together is when we see what makes it really snow a lot in Sheridan, makes it really windy in Casper. Mm-hmm. It's never even. Yeah. So the one storm will get, and what ends up happening is you see weather patterns. You'll see, okay, well, this pattern is going to clobber Casper. They're going to get a northeast wind upslope on Casper Mountain, but a north to northeast wind is downsloping into Rock Springs and Green River. That's not upslope, that's downslope for them. And so what ends up happening is you never get a storm that's equal for everybody. And that's what makes it very challenging in Wyoming is, you can talk, oh, there's a big storm coming, and one part of the state will get it. The other part of the state gets a lot of wind and nothing. And then most people's reactions are, well, if it didn't happen in my backyard, it never happened.
Yeah, exactly. That makes it dangerous in the point that you're traveling. You take off from one, point in Wyoming and headed to another. And if you're not paying attention to what you're going to run into as you travel north or south or east or west, for sure. So who is getting back to normal again, a significant amount of moisture this year, and who's not, and who do we need to be concerned about with drought conditions?
So you brought up, how things went in northern Wyoming. And if we rewind back to last summer and fall of the big wildfires in the Powder River Basin around the Sheridan and Gillette and Buffalo areas, those lightning started fires that were just huge, then they got up into southern Montana. Well, you couldn't buy a drop of rain last spring and summer over north central and northeastern Wyoming. Couldn't get it. And that was after one of the wettest years that Wyoming has seen in 2023. And so I always warn people in the Western United States, when you have a really wet year, that usually means 1 to 2 years later, a bad wildfire season, because you get all that extra growth from all that precipitation. And so you add a lot of fuels. And then you hit a dry patch like we had last spring and summer in many areas of Wyoming. And so it just was the perfect environment for the wildfires. But things have changed dramatically, as you know, in north central and northeastern Wyoming since January through May. It just, and that's where we get into this variability, where you can have a really wet year in 23, a really dry year in 24, and all of a sudden 25 is wet again. It's just like weather whiplash. And we saw a similar situation in the southeast and east central parts of the state, which were really droughty and still are to some extent, from about Douglas to Wheatland to Torrington to Cheyenne. Those areas saw a really wet late May and a really, really wet June. And so drought conditions there have improved really dramatically, really on a line from Sheridan to Casper to Cheyenne Points East. It's really gotten a lot better, although Casper is a little bit drier. The place in the state that is drying out is the West. The south, central, and southwest parts of Wyoming, up through Star Valley, up through, the Pinedale, Riverton area, over towards Evanston. They did not get a wet spring. Now they had a fairly wet winter. So this is one thing about Wyoming. Rarely do you see, when you look at the drought map, the whole state having the same drought status. You'll have pockets where it's droughty. You'll have pockets where it's wet. But we are concerned about the western side of the state. So, as we get more into the mature part of the summer season and the fire season, those western counties of the state, the western forests, are certainly a concern, because even though I do see episodes where monsoonal moisture will come in, that's the part of the state that I think is going to be most susceptible to dry conditions through the summer.
So I noticed on the U.S. Drought Monitor for July, so it's fairly new and probably accurate. I see the yellow areas, and you described it perfectly. But then you see quite a wide range on the south as it gets a little bit in the orange, but really no red zones, at least showing up on here at the moment, or extreme. And I know it's only the 1st of July, but very quickly some of those yellow and orange areas can quickly get into that red range, correct?
Right. Yeah, and we're in the time of year. Wyoming has different parts of the year where you're going to have opportunities to help alleviate drought conditions, and we just kind of left that. If you're going to put dents and droughts in Wyoming, it happens usually between March and June. Because if you look, again, going back to looking at data, the majority of precipitation falls in most of Wyoming between March and June. Sometimes in some parts of the state, it's more than 50% or almost 50%, those months. If you do not get wet those months, what you have to count on in July and August and September is your afternoon thunderstorm pattern. And some years are better than others. And that afternoon thunderstorm pattern is pretty much driven by what happens down in Mexico and Central America and the natural flow of subtropical moisture that comes up. And that's kind of what's happened here over the last several days. And, making the headlines, that awful flood there in Texas.
Yeah.
That was part of this deep subtropical moisture that gets transported northward. And a lot of times it will get into some parts of Wyoming closer, the closer you are to it, you're better your odds, like the southern parts of the state. It's harder for that monsoonal moisture to travel further north. And so then what you have to do is you got to wait till fall and winter. And then when you look at the data again, I remind people of this all the time when they complain to me that, they want snow for Christmas, or, hey, I bought my kids some skis for Christmas or a sled. The 3 driest months in Wyoming are December, January, and February.
Yes.
And so people say, well, we're just, it's so dry. It's like, yeah, it is.
It's Wyoming. It's the Rocky Mountain West, really. When we get back from this break, I'm going to ask you about, I read an article that you were quoted in about the El Nino, La Nina, and how that impacts us. and so forth. And then I want to talk a little bit too about fire season coming up, because as you mentioned, we are still here recovering and shook. And of course, Deb and I were traveling over to Ranchester, which was one of the towns threatened this past last summer with the elk fire. 100,000 acres burned in the Bighorn Mountain Range. But we'll do that after the break. Don, can you hang on for a little bit while longer with me, Buddy Bags? All right. We'll be right back on Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Saturday, July 5th, 8:23 in the morning. 62 degrees and sunny in Sheridan, Wyoming. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping, maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
.827 with your buddy Bags on Cowboy State Daily Radio, Saturday edition. Talking about the weather. Always a good topic, always interesting to me. As I mentioned, Don Day, meteorologist, and our source for weather here at Cowboy State Daily, on with us. We're talking about this season, this year, and whether we're getting enough, whether we've gotten too much, areas of drought, and other interesting and, pertinent to everybody. Everybody deals with the weather. And Don, as I said earlier, I am kind of a weather nerd. I watch and pay attention when storm fronts are coming through. And I know that you must have grown up that way. Would that describe you as you were getting into the weather business?
Oh yeah, yeah, and I think most people who are in the weather business had a fascination with the weather from an early age, and so usually people who get into the weather business love a thunderstorm, love a blizzard. Certainly, we like sunny, warm days, but boy, we really like when there's a storm. And I think it's innate. I think it's a kind of a natural human uh, thing that we just are always interested in the weather because it affects everything. There's not one thing the weather doesn't affect, and so that's one thing that makes it an interesting career is that everybody's affected by the weather to some degree. Everything that you do, every time you get in a plane, every time you get in a car, every time you want to pour concrete, you want to do something outside, it affects everything.
Yeah, brand cattle or anything, fix a fence. And so, what's your background as far as becoming a meteorologist? How does that occur? What's the process?
Well, it's much easier to become a meteorologist now than it was when I decided to take this career path in the late '80s and early '90s. I went to the University of Wyoming and I started as a broadcast journalism major. And the reason I did was I was a weather nerd completely, but I was absolutely terrified of the math. Absolutely terrified of the math and physics. And
We
so
can relate.
when I did a semester and a half of that, but during my one of my second or third semesters at University of Wyoming, I took intro to meteorology. I'm like, oh, I'm going to take this completely. And I just fell in love with the weather again. And I had a just phenomenal, everybody's got that teacher or professor in their life that makes a big difference. And I had one of those. His name was Augie Hour. Some people out there listening may have taken him.
How could you forget it? Augie Owler.
Augie Hour. And
Augie Hour.
So and the thing is I after class one day I said, I just love this. And but at that time and still to this day, Wyoming has a very well respected atmospheric science department, but not for bachelor's degrees, but for masters and PhDs. And I said, well, listen, I don't want to leave Laramie, but I really want to look at this career path. And first of all, is this something you can make a decent living at? And number two, how can I get my training in? And he says, well, you should probably not be a journalism major anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You need to get into the physical sciences. And so I switched and I actually went the geology geophysics route to get that background. And then what I did was I was one of those people who became annoying. I volunteered for every job in the atmospheric science department because they needed some help on projects and some everything else. And that led to me being able to enroll in courses in the basically graduate level courses there at the university. And so when I graduated from University of Wyoming, I must have had almost 200 credits. I was I was completely overeducated.
Yep.
And so what I did was that I then applied to the National Weather Service and actually had a job all lined up of all places, Sheridan, Wyoming. At that time in the early 90s, Sheridan, Wyoming had a forecast office.
I did not know that.
Yes. In fact, there at one time was a forecast office in Sheridan, Casper, Lander, Evanston, Cheyenne.
Really?
I think, yeah. But when they decided to upgrade the radar systems, they kind of reconfigured the way the National Weather Service offices were going to be. So they decided to put Weather Service offices where the radars were going to go. That's why the Weather Service offices are in Cheyenne and Riverton, because that's where the radars are. And this is really interesting because a very similar situation happened in the early 90s with the federal government. It wasn't a Doge situation, but they passed something called the Graham-Rudman Act.
I do remember that. You bet.
And so what ended up happening was I was all graduated. I was living in Cheyenne doing odd jobs, and I got all my government paperwork in. I got my GS rating, and they were going to place me in the Sheridan forecast office early in the fall. And this was August of 91, I think, or 92. And I get a call from the meteorologist in charge in Cheyenne and says, well, Don, you're hired, but you're not. And so I got caught in a federal hiring freeze. And so, so similar to what has happened to some people with these Doge cuts and these hiring freezes in the federal government. And so what ended up happening, long story short, is that the hiring freeze lasted almost 2 years. And so at that time, you either worked for the Weather Service, you tried to land a TV job somewhere.
Yeah.
There weren't as many opportunities that there are now. And so I started my own business. I said, well, I'm just going to, and I have a radio background. And so when I lived in Laramie, I worked at Wyoming Public Radio for several years to just make extra money doing a variety of things. And so I'm going to produce my own radio weather program, and I'm going to try to see if I can make some money off it and wait for my job to open up.
Did you work with Bob Beck? Is that
yes.
crossover?
Yes, that's exactly who I worked for. In fact, I started there not long after Bob Beck took the job from when he was at KOWB in Laramie to Wyoming Public Radio. And that was when they used to let students work there and used to let students be on the air. And so I was able to hone my skills under Bob Beck doing news. At that time, we actually did some cowgirl sports, some play-by-play of volleyball and basketball. A couple of times, yes.
Yeah,
but
so we did that. So I went to Laramie with Bob. He left KROE here in Sheridan, where we both got our start. I think Bob had a gig before that. Then he got down to Laramie, called me up, said, Bags, there's a midday show, an assistant PD position, and he got me down to Laramie. So we have that in common, working with Bob Beck, and I'll never forget him as the host of Swap Shop. He has so much credibility now. He's kind of a legend here in Wyoming radio. But
absolutely.
He did the Swap Shop show on KOWB as Carl Spackler from Caddyshack. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
He did the whole show. I don't remember if it was a half hour or an hour show, but it was entirely done in character as Carl Spackler. And to this day, whenever I communicate with Bob, I throw up some image or, it's in the hole or something that relates to Carl Spackler. For those who don't know, a different generation might not know Carl Spackler is the Bill Murray character in Caddyshack. And again, Bob, who went on to run the public radio in Wyoming for decades, is super credible and intelligent and good at it, is also a very, very funny man. He's great sense of humor. So we both lucked out having that experience with Bob Beck. But yeah, so that I was curious, is you started your own business. So that's about the time when I first started hearing you doing the weather. And so how you worked your own business into getting on the air on multiple stations, syndicated, so to speak.
Yeah, and I stole the idea from this was also the time when Rush Limbaugh was exploding across the AM dial, and I'm like, well, how does he make money from this? And it's like, well, like most syndicated programs, you offer your product to the radio station for free, and then you find advertisers. And so I signed up 14 stations at first in Wyoming and Colorado and Nebraska. And then I went to every farm show. I went to everything to where I thought I might find an advertiser. And I took an agricultural slant to it. My business name at first was called AgriWeather, because it said, well, farmers and ranchers need the weather the most. And so I
think I remember AgriWeather. That might be something I ran into either at KFBC or KOWB
KFBC,
or one of
probably
those.
right. We're both those places too. And so I starved. I mean, I didn't have two nickels to rub together, but I also had a product that I'm going to really show you how old I am. I mean, I delivered all the weather at first on the phone. I'd call a radio station, and you know how this worked, right? You take a phone feed.
Sure, you betcha. We're just slightly more advanced than that.
We're slightly more advanced, but you'd call the jock in the morning at the right time because he's so busy getting other phone feeds and everything else. And I to this day I can speed dial with my fingers on a phone pad faster than anybody else, because I would just call stations one after another on a schedule, and I would get an advertiser here or there, but my big break came when I was probably about 15 months into it, and I called the marketing director at Corral West Ranchwear. So if you remember Corral West, which is now Boot Barn, and I said, hey, I'm such and such, and I got a radio network, and he goes, I know who you are. The guy I was talking to, and I go, you do? He goes, yeah, I listen to you all the time. And we did a survey in our stores of, how people would want, to hear about our specials. And they said, during weather reports. And so that was my big break. And luckily for me, Corral West Ranchwear is just about in every town in Wyoming and surrounding states, and so not long after that happened, lo and behold, I get a call from the National Weather Service, says your job's open. And so I had a really hard time trying to decide what I'm going to do, because I could see that there was some potential. At the same time, the security of a federal job at that time was really, really alluring, because I was basically living off of ramen noodles, but I had lived off of ramen noodles in college. So this was nothing new for me.
Well, you have that distinction of being, because it's pretty niche, my friend, where you are a celebrity in the weather or meteorology category. And certainly, whether you like it or not, that's Don Day, and Don Day weather is, it certainly is whether you consider yourself one or not, a celebrity in that realm. It's very, very interesting, because anywhere I go, because a lot of people think that we're all working in the same place because they'll hear us from the same source. Hey, Don Day, listen to his weather all the time. How's Don doing? I don't know. I'm going to put him on the show. Let's find out. But we get back to the weather, because I do have some questions. I read an article that you were quoted in about how the impact, and you touched on it a little earlier, about how the weather, in South America or in the Caribbean or et cetera, impacts us, and then what we can expect the rest of this summer and maybe moving off into the fall, what weather will be like here in the Rocky Mountain West. Can we do that after this break, Don?
We sure can.
Right on. Okay, we'll be back. It is 8:41. It's Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday with your buddy Bags. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
Who can you turn to for news?
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're Wyoming to the Cowboy State. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare,
We'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy. Our back and forth. It always came back. Dad! You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
.44 Saturday with your buddy Bags on Cowboy State Daily Radio. And Don Day, meteorologist. Baby, it's warm outside. It's summertime, so we're talking about the weather with our resident expert. Absolutely, Don Day joining us. And Don, before we went to the break, I teased the fact that being the weather nerd that I am, I read this article about the impact that weather way far away from here has on us. They describe it as El Nino and then La Nina, and it's very, very confusing to most of us as to why those shifts, those changes in weather patterns impact us. Maybe you can kind of clarify what those two terms mean and how do they impact us here in Bighorn Mountain Country and the Rocky Mountain West.
Sure. I mean, there's a lot there, and I can see. I mean, it does get confusing, and I get mixed up sometimes. La Nina, El Nino, all those things. But first and foremost, if you were to say what is the one thing that affects Wyoming's climate and weather the most, and we talked about the topography. We talked about being halfway between the North Pole and the equator in the mid-latitudes, but really, it's the Pacific Ocean. And we all know that weather generally moves west to east across the globe. So the weather upstream, what's coming our way, is really, really important. And the Pacific Ocean, it's kind of humbling. If you were to try to get a grip on how giant the Pacific Ocean is, it's the largest object on the earth. There's nothing bigger than the Pacific Ocean in terms of something on the earth. And what is also, and this is the most important thing to remember, is the Pacific Ocean has the longest body of water that sits on the equator. And so that body of water in the Pacific that sits on the equator is the warmest water that you're going to get on the earth, basically over a long distance. And why is that important? Well, that warm water on the equator adds energy to the atmosphere. It's kind of like the battery or the engine that drives a lot of the world's climate, especially in North America and South America. And that warm water, what it does is it adds heat energy to the atmosphere because the atmosphere is touching the ocean. And it's also adding water vapor from evaporation that's going into the air. So that equator area goes through these temperature fluctuations year to year, and sometimes they'll stay the same for a year or two, but they fluctuate between warmer and colder periods. And what that does is it's like a regulator. So when the Pacific Ocean near the equator is a little bit cooler, and when I say a little bit cooler, it only needs to be a 0.5 degree Celsius to 2 or 3 degrees Celsius, we go into what's called La Nina. And La Nina is when the Pacific near in the tropics is colder. And that means less water's going into the air. And so when you look at drought periods in North America and parts of South America and Central America, what you tend to see is that La Nina will cause more drought, and it will cause things that will make it a little bit harder because basically there's just less energy and water going into the air.
Got it.
So there's less fuel. The engine's not as efficient. The El Nino is when that stretch of water is warmer by about the same amount. And it also, can get really complicated because what it does is it also changes the trade wind patterns. It also changes how the wind flows across those lower latitudes. And so what it does is it's like the engine, and it's also the distributor of fuel to get the weather going. And in this part of the country, I dare to say that we are probably the most sensitive to these changes in the Pacific and the Intermountain West than really any other part of North America, because you can make a really strong connection between our dry years to La Nina and to our wetter years when either we're not in either phase, what we call a neutral, or an El Nino.
So are you, because of our current condition with that status you just described, are we in store for more moisture through this summer, fall? Less? Is it going to be hotter, drier? What do we have to look forward to?
So if we were to kind of go back in time, let's go back to the fires in northern Wyoming and 2023 and 2024. So 2023 was El Nino, and it was very wet. Right. There was also some other things that went on in 2023 that may have affected our climate, but 2024, we went to La Nina. Mm-hmm. And that's when we saw things really, really dry out across the state. And that La Nina persisted into January before beginning to weaken. So what began to happen in north central Wyoming in late January, February, March, April, May, when the La Nina went to what we call neutral? What happened? The precipitation started to return.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're in what is it called? We are likely going to be in a neutral phase, which basically means, and we'll see this when they go between phases. You sometimes have a period of time where it's kind of in between phases. In between phases with a neutral status, Wyoming tends to trend back to better precipitation chances, and this is a little bit of a clue here. Neutral winters tend to be in the United States, can be very cold, and have parts of the country that get very cold because the jet stream pattern in a neutral phase will a lot of times allow some colder air from Canada to settle on in and stick around for a while.
Right.
So if we were to take a very broad brush into the forecast for the rest of this year and into the winter season, I think that precipitation and temperatures for Wyoming for the rest of the summer are going to be nothing on either side of extreme, like not extremely dry, not extremely wet, kind of the Goldilocks zone, so to speak. We highlighted the parts of the state that we are concerned about, being drier in the west, but being in a neutral status does give you hope that you're not going to go dive bomb into extreme drought. So it may end up being a winter that's more snowy than last year. I think that's a given. I think that's going to happen. And I also think there's an opportunity for it to be a colder winter. And a lot of people have remarked like, boy, we've had some really warm falls, and we have. We have really seen in the last decade some warmer falls. La Ninas will do that. La Nina falls through October to December can be very warm, but we're not going to have that this year. So we will probably go back to, let's say a colder winter, a snowier winter, especially compared to last year. And also, this is important. If you, again, take a look at the data and go back and look at the last 30 years. In the last 30 years, Wyoming's had been through about 20 or so La Ninas, but only 8 or 9 El Ninos. And that has made drought more frequent, and that's made the wetter years less frequent. But what's really interesting, if you look at the previous 30 years, which would span from the late 60s to the late 90s, it was reverse. There were more El Ninos than La Ninas.
Well, And you hear people say, well, I used to get a lot more snow. I remember it.
Right.
And now we have like we did 2 years ago with that record-setting amount of snow, but that's fewer and farther between than the dry seasons, which kind of leads me into my last topic that I wanted to. You touched on it. I've talked about it before. Our experience with the elk fire, and of course we had the fires out towards Arvada, Claremont, in that area, towards Gillette, and in other areas up here in the north central northeast part of Wyoming. So, I know there's no official, green flag. It's fire season, ready, go. But as you look at the map of where they're monitoring the drought and the dry conditions, where do you see caution, and where, especially, folks up with campfires and everything else, where the potential for, a fire, maybe not to the magnitude of the elk fire last year, but for a significant fire season?
I think certainly the West. So the Western mountain ranges, the Wind Rivers, the Wyoming Range, Yellowstone Park, and also the Laramie Range. There's been some dryness from south of Casper Mountain through that Laramie Peak area, up into the northern end of the Shirley Basin. I also see some real potential for some of the south central mountains like the Sierra Madres. Those are the areas of the state that I think are most susceptible. As wet as it was in the Bighorns and the Black Hills here recently, I think that you're gonna have fires regardless. But I think to what happened again, a repeat in north central and northeastern Wyoming is not likely this year, just because of the turnaround and the better precipitation. And I think more opportunities for precipitation coming. So I think it's going to be the West and parts of the central and south central parts of the state that we need to keep an eye on.
You bet. And I know that, ranchers and farmers, they're hanging on every word that you speak every day when you bring them the weather and describe it to us. So appreciate very much that you coming on. How about before you go one more time, because usually I go to Don Day Weather on the Cowboy State Daily website and give it, but I can't do why with Don Day on the show with me. So give the Wyoming forecast one more time, and then I'll let you get about your Independence Day weekend festivities. Don, I appreciate so much that you took the time to come on with me. Again, I'll probably check in with you late at the end of summer and see how good we were at predicting what might happen. But always interesting to me to hear from you, my friend, anytime you have a message for my audience and you want to come on, just shoot me a text and we'll get you up. So what do you think the forecast is going to look like for Wyoming through the rest of the weekend?
Through the rest of the weekend, afternoon and evening thunderstorms are given on the eastern side of the state, lesser chances in the west. And what's nice about this weekend, what's left of it, is it's going to be warm, but we're not going to bake either. A lot of the state will see temperatures staying in the 80s. So really not bad. Just be on the lookout for these late day thunderstorms. And then next week is going to be textbook July weather. It's going to stay warm, 80s and 90s, afternoon and evening thunderstorms in the east, probably much drier conditions in the west. And then we go into the middle of July, and then we start looking for the next surge of monsoonal moisture that comes in, usually right in time for Cheyenne Frontier Days. And I think that's certainly going to happen this year.
You bet. That gives the bull riders some mud
there you go
to dance around in. So fantastic. So right now in Sheridan, it's just sunny and beautiful. We're already about 70 degrees. Probably going to get up to about 90 here as well. So, hey, Don Day, excellent. Perfect to hear from you, and a great segment here for us weather nerds. Appreciate your time to be with us here. So, hey, enjoy the rest of your weekend. God bless, and we'll talk to you again soon. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right. So, Don Day is our resident expert and meteorologist, and it's good to have him on. In some cases, I just take his word for it from the Cowboy State Daily website, but it sure is nice to hear from the horse's mouth on occasion too. So as he mentioned, it was going to be very sunny in some places, but this afternoon there's going to be some thunder showers around. So, okay, so coming up here, really privileged and excited to interview. Big week for Sheridan, Wyoming. The Sheridan Wyo Rodeo. So we like to say, let's get wyoed. You know, like wild? Let's get wyoed. The Sheridan Wyo Rodeo is coming up next week. Starts Monday, and there's festivities every day. The rodeo out at the fairgrounds, not too far from where I am in my home studio. The rodeo starts Wednesday. It's a 4-show rodeo with Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday shows. Tickets are still on sale. Not a whole lot of them left, so you can get those. But we'll talk to the mayor of Sheridan, Wyoming about the Wyo and everything else, this city, this growth, this incredibly dynamic town here in north central Wyoming. Mayor Richard Bridger is going to be on Cowboy State Daily here with your buddy Bags. All right, it is 9 o'clock straight up here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. We'll be back after the news on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Neighbors of a proposed cell phone tower site in the Ranchettes area north of Cheyenne are accusing Laramie County commissioners of choosing special interests over people. That's after the commission approved plans to build a 150-foot cell tower there. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports the approval came after several strenuous objections from neighbors who raised health and safety issues, citing recent statements by U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Some of the residents there are concerned about cell phone towers. Are there health effects from that? RFK Jr. has said that there are. When I looked at the studies out there on this, really it's inconclusive. The American Cancer Society, for example, has taken no position either way on whether cell phone towers cause cancer.
Kennedy has suggested that cell phones can produce electromagnetic radiation that can do neurologic damage to children who are around them all day, as well as cause cellular damage or even cancer. His critics, meanwhile, have pointed out that so far there's been no widespread increase in the rate of brain tumors despite the widespread use of cell phones. When a Cheyenne restaurant owner posted a PG-rated gay joke on his roadside sign, Wyoming's top LGBTQ advocacy group decided to run with the joke. The drive-through letterboard sign at Espy's restaurant reads, "What does the gay cowboy say to his horse?" Then a gap precedes the punchline of, "Hey." Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that in response, LGBTQ group Wyoming Equality decided to call for more.
Talked to Sarah Burlingame, who leads the top LGBTQ advocacy organization in the state. And I'm thinking, gosh, I wonder, is she going to find it offensive? Her organization posted the photo I sent when requesting comments, and they invited more PG-rated dad caliber gay jokes onto their Facebook page, and they cracked some themselves. When I talked to Dan Zwanitzer, longtime Republican lawmaker, former now, but openly gay, married, raising a family. He was actually working on his ranch when I talked to him, and he was like, yeah, that joke's a staple in our family because we work with hay.
Espy's owner, Todd Espinoza, said Cowboy State Daily's inquiry was the first time he's been questioned about the joke, adding that most people just laugh or compliment it. He said he hasn't heard any negative response at all. The Casper Police Department believes there may be an arsonist in the city after a series of fires were touched off over a 12-hour period Wednesday evening and early Thursday morning. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that between 8 p.m. Wednesday and 8 a.m. Thursday, the Casper Fire Department and other first responders were called to 5 locations with fires.
I found one place in an alley behind a fire extinguisher business, and I was told by one of the employees that when he came to work, the grass was smoking all around a gas meter. So instead of pulling out their fire extinguishers because they fill them every day, they called the fire department and 911. Then the fire department showed up and the detectives showed up and took photos, and they said that they were told that the fire department and the police were investigating a series of suspected arsons across the city.
No injuries have been reported as a result of the fires, but one incident did result in significant property damage. The department is asking anyone with surveillance video of the fire locations to contact them. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WEVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WEVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WEVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WEVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Well, in what's become an Independent State tradition, Cowboy State Daily Outdoors writer Mark Hines, for the 4th year in a row, decided to break out his chainsaw for what could be the most patriotic version of the Star-Spangled Banner ever played on a power tool.
Have a close friend, actually soon-to-be family member, Veronica, who also happens to be a experienced professional videographer. And so instead of just shooting it on a cheesy cell phone, we went outside of Riverton here and we shot it professionally. I love the results.
And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
It's 9:04. Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. John Baggett is my real name. I go by Bags a lot. So does my dad. So does my brother. Us Baggetts are Bags, but I stole it from my radio name. I used that name in my Denver radio career for decades, John Bags. And then I was just Bags for a while. So that's my handle. I'm sticking to it. And I'm excited to have this guest in studio. We were talking during the news about so much going on here in Sheridan with growth, yes, but also attracting a big business, manufacturing, and a lot of things happening in Sheridan. So I told the mayor, I said the most logical thing I could do was to invite the expert on, and who does know and does have his finger on the pulse of this little town. I call it a little big town or a big little town. Yeah. How would you refer to Sheridan, Mayor?
It's getting to be a bigger town, but it still has a nice small town feel to it.
I agree with you. I left in 1984, back many, many times. I have family here. Excuse me. So I've watched the growth, and then 6 years ago, Deb and I moved back here, and even in that 6 years, we've seen some growth in population. But first thing I would do is just find out about you. You and I have met on multiple occasions. Right. I've seen you speak. You're a very dynamic speaker. I've seen you open new facilities. I've seen you with young people and children and the things that mayors do. Tell me about you. How did you? What did you do professionally? And how did you get to be the mayor of Sheridan, Wyoming?
All that stuff is sort of just an evolution. For years and years, I ran the ice cream stand down in the park, and I worked for the Recreation District as the business manager for that organization. And so between the ice cream stand and running the outdoor pool and being the business manager, I was always engaged with the community. I did a lot of activities that were revolved around recreation. And then the big thing that probably prompted me to run for mayor eventually was that my daughter got to grade school. And so when my daughter got to grade school, I was like, I probably should get involved with the school district because
there you go.
My daughter's engaged. And so I ran for school district on that board, and I was lucky enough to be elected to the board of trustees for the school district too. And I did that for 12 years. And then when my daughter graduated, I thought, well, it's somebody else's turn to be the next guy up or girl up. And Senator Kinski had always tried to convince me to run for the local town council. And I thought, well, I'll give that a shot. So I ran for town council, and I was lucky enough to be selected for town council, and I found out that I was engaged, and I very much enjoyed it. And then the next logical step was to run for mayor, and luckily the people elected me as mayor, and that's where I'm here today.
You bet. Mayor Rich Bridger joining us here on Cowboy State Daily Radio, mayor of Sheridan, Wyoming. And Mayor, your motivation to become mayor, that's a big step. I mean, it's a lot of responsibility. Is that you? Are you just born, raised with that instinct to serve? Is that the way your folks raised you, or?
Yeah, I don't know how I got there. I've always kind of been engaged. Even when I was back in high school, I was engaged with the local high school scene. I did a lot of things that were like, I was a senior class president and key club president and all those other things. So it seems like it's always come natural to me to fill those spots. I'm always interested. I figure you can't be engaged and you really can't make a difference if you don't get involved. So
how long have you lived in Sheridan?
For a very long time. My dad was a highway patrolman, and so for quite a few years when I was younger.
Here in Wyoming?
Here in Wyoming. I was born in Cody, then we moved to Rawlins, and then we moved to Rock Springs. But my dad always wanted to get up this direction, and so he finally got the chance to transfer to Sheridan. And so that's how I got here, but I've been here forever. I went to school at Holy Name. I graduated from Sheridan College, Sheridan High School, then Sheridan College, then University of Wyoming. I did the traditional sort of route to get into my education, and I just love it here. It's my hometown.
You're deep rooted, and it just makes sense that you'd be our leader here. So, Sheridan, to some folks who are listening, other parts of the state, other parts of the world, how would you describe the town of Sheridan? We talked a little bit about it growing, but I get this sense after moving back here that we really do make an effort to keep our identity. What's your thoughts?
I think we do. And, it's nice that we live in a community that's naturally beautiful. I mean, we're right at the foot of the Bighorn Mountains. We sit in a terrific valley. It's just a beautiful countryside, so we're very lucky there. But in general, I find the people in Sheridan, they're genuine, they're friendly, they like other people. It's not that really hubbub, of a big city. It has more of a small town feel, but we're growing, obviously, so we're going through some growing pains. But like our downtown is still, it's a terrific downtown that we've kept pretty pristine. It looks like you could go back into the early 1900s and it would look like that. And so
I've heard, and not just my biased opinion, from many people in Wyoming who think that Sheridan's downtown is one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful downtown Main Street in the state.
Well, of course, I'm very biased, but I would tend to agree with that. I go to other communities and I see that their downtowns, their main streets are kind of in decay because they moved out and things have moved to the exterior of the city, or they just don't have the industry there that they used to have, and there's people that are moving away. But we've been quite fortunate. We've maintained our downtown. It's still a great place to go down and shop, and it's kind of the hub of our community. If you want to see people, you head downtown, and it's just a jewel for us. Of course, we have our industries that have moved in, but we've still managed to keep our downtown that pristine downtown that people just love to come down and visit.
Absolutely. We have, sorry about that. Get late in my show here by the fourth hour. I get a little froggy. But we do have coming up here very soon, again, a third Thursday is something we do that I think all towns in Wyoming should copy, which is on Thursday evenings, once a month, the third Thursday of the month, they shut down Main Street.
Right.
our beautiful Main Street. And I think people would be shocked at how many businesses, how many vendors are out there in the middle of the street with live music at this end and at that end. Describe Third Thursday a little bit to my listeners.
It's become quite a social event, actually. And John, you know as well as I do, if we go down there on the third Thursday, all the vendors are down there. They're just out in the middle of Main Street. We've closed down Main Street. We have food vendors down there. We have musicians down there. And really the whole town shows up for that. And there's a lot of people that I'll go down. I haven't seen them all year, but I'll see them down on third Thursday. And it's that chance to reconnect and be with other folks downtown and enjoy what Sheridan has to offer. And again, it's just one of those festive events that people look forward to, and it's kind of one of the heights of the summer doing Third Thursday.
I love it. Yeah, and I'll be. I've been given the host of our booth, Century 21 BHJ booth, so I'll be one of the hosts here. What is that? The 17th? Is that our?
I think that's
it. The next Third Thursday here.
And I had to miss the first one because I was down in Cheyenne, and I was kind of disappointed about that. I enjoy Third Thursday.
Rarely do we miss it, Deb and I, but especially when I have to do it for work and be there. But I love the meet and greet people. Obviously, I wouldn't be in this business if I didn't like chatting with folks. But so one of the things that I've described recently, because I was just in Denver, took my nephews to the Metallica concert, Mayor. So.
You're a better man than me.
A little bit of my background, but just know for sure I'm also a huge Ian Munsick fan and, some old get to outlaw country too. But my nephew invited me and I couldn't turn him down.
You named your dog Waylon, so you got to
I named my dog Waylon. My last dog's name was Angus, though, and he's the guitar player for AC/DC.
AC/DC, right?
That's where I go with me. Anyway, point being, I was describing Sheridan to some family and friends of ours down there, and I told them, I said, Sheridan's growing up and it's attracting new people. It's also attracting new business and industry, but there is a concerted effort to keep that Western lifestyle and maybe the cowboy lifestyle here. Am I accurate describing it that way?
Yeah, I obviously City Hall, we have nothing to do with that. We're more of keep the roads clean and keep the garbage emptied and that sort of thing. So directly, I have nothing to do with it as a government entity.
Gotcha.
But I agree with you. I think people really enjoy that Western feel. They enjoy being a part of a community that's still friendly, that's still welcoming, that still wants to keep their heritage.
Yeah, and you see it. There's a sense of pride here that I saw before we moved here. We moved up from Wheatland in 1979, and we came here while I was going to high school. I can't remember if it was like a speech meet or a debate meet, or maybe it was a choir event, but we came during school. My father was the guidance counselor at Wheatland High School before he became the principal out of Bighorn here in 79. But we came up here for the first time, and even then I got the sense as a teenager, this town has a level of pride and just a love of their community. You see that in the sculptures downtown, etc. There really is an effort by the community to keep it beautiful, number one, and number two, to show the world some of their artistic.
Right.
That was some decision sometime to put all these sculptures virtually every corner downtown.
And that's a group. It's that community feel. It's that community involvement. The Public Arts Council, or SPAC, they were created with a bunch of people that were motivated to do that. And it's just perpetuated itself. And we had fine people recently. Kim Love, he passed. But
rest in peace, Kim. He gave me my first radio job, by the way.
Oh, did he?
In 1981.
Yeah.
I was going to Sheridan College, and he had an internship program. And 43 years later, still dabble in it.
Yeah.
And so I'm forever grateful to Kim Love. But yes, him involvement and many others in keeping our downtown vibrant and beautiful.
Yeah, and it wasn't a government thing. It was just that group of people saying, hey, you know what? If we had sculptures downtown and we had some art downtown, that would enhance our downtown and bring people down. And so it perpetuated itself. And it's like groups like that have just really engaged themselves in our community and have made it just a better place to live.
You bet. Very few empty storefronts downtown on Main Street. And being in the real estate business that I am now, when something does come available, very quickly, there's a lot of appeal to be a part of what's happening in downtown Sheridan, Wyoming.
In general, that's true. And I'm just doing recollection right now. I think there's still a couple downtown that are vacant, but you find that most people most of those storefronts are viable, and people come down. And again, it's just a hub. So when you go downtown, you have your coffee shops, you have your shops where you can buy whatever you like to buy. It's your chance to meet folks. I'll walk down Main Street and I'll see a lot of folks that I normally would not see. So it just becomes that place to interact and talk with a lot of folks that you normally don't see on a day-to-day basis. And it's just a wonderful community. And we've tried really hard to keep downtown that central hub. So we've made a point, try to keep like the gambling and that sort of thing on the out of the downtown, because we don't want to just be a bunch of casinos downtown. And so we've tried to keep it that place, that hub where your families can come down, they can shop, they can enjoy themselves, they can eat, have coffee, and it's nice that it's still our hub.
We have some outside of downtown, some new restaurants have come up. I know, is it Nona's, the new Italian place? I haven't
been there. And there's a Brazilian place that's open, and I haven't been there.
Me neither.
It's just.
And there's what's the bakery? It's out there by the Ice House as well. There's a new.
Yeah, and I can't remember the name of it.
It's terrible.
I'm a snail. I go home.
Well, point being is that there's all these new restaurants opening up. Very exciting that we're getting some new different flavors with Italian and a Brazilian steakhouse and so forth. But hey, when we come back, which great segue into what my next segment, which is the attitude of the city towards inviting and enticing a new business, new industry, what we do to bring new businesses to Sheridan.
Okay.
So let's talk about that. But let's take this break right here at 9:21. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags on a Saturday. We'll come back. This is Mayor Richard Bridger. Rich? I only call you Mayor. So do you go by Richard or Rich or
Rich generally?
Rich.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Rich Bridger here with us on Cowboy State Daily Radio. When we get back, stay tuned.
Meet Norm. He lives with.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Canada, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Decided on some banjo picking for some bumper music here with the mayor of Sheridan, Wyoming, Rich Bridger, joining us at 9:25 on Cowboy State Daily Radio. John Baggett, as if you're watching it here online, you can see it's with Bags, which is okay to call me. They call my dad Bags, my brothers, my sisters, and we're Bags. But anyway, I always give the Bags weather forecast, Bags, Wyoming, just because they're special to me. So the mayor and I just chit-chatting here about the growth of Sheridan a little bit, but really what is appealing to business. When I first got here, the rumor around Weatherby, because I'm a hunter, and we have Weatherby guns in our family before they got here. So, wow, Weatherby's moving here. So there's something that is attracting business. Vacutech, some of the bigger manufacturing companies that are here now. Kenan, thank you. What is the appeal? Do you think is the appeal, and how did we get on their radar?
You know, Weatherby was its own animal. I know they shopped around for a while, and I don't know the ins and outs of most of that because that was the state was heavily involved with that, as well as Mayor Kinski at the time. But our part as far as the city was we created our business park, which was on the north end of town. And so that created an opportunity for companies like that to move in. And so we were lucky enough to have them move in, Vacutech moved in, and so Kenan moved in. And now we've actually started the phase 2 of that business park, which we're currently working on through the Sheridan Economic Education and Development Authority, which is the city and the college. And we've purchased land out towards that direction, and we're working on infrastructure. And we have companies that have expressed an interest to move here. And so if everything goes according to plan, we're just going to keep moving along and keep positive, and it's going to work out.
I think there's, part of the appeal, excuse me, about Sheridan. So less than probably most of the state impacted by oil and gas and coal prices, because there's a diversity to this economy here in Sheridan that maybe a lot of communities in Wyoming don't have, where they're maybe heavily dependent on agriculture or coal or oil or the natural resources. I think that is part of the reason Sheridan is attractive, number one, but also why we don't see maybe the fluctuations in the economy, mass folks moving in, and then mass exoduses as
right.
well.
And I would agree with that. Part of the Northwest Territory, Northeast, North Central Territory is we have our little group that we meet as far as in Sheridan County and Casper and around there, but we do a lot of interaction with Douglas, and that's what brought that to mind, was that Douglas lives or dies by their energy. And right. So they've been through ups and downs and booms and busts, and they suffer from that because they're pretty singular in what they offer, which is energy extraction. And we're very fortunate here that that's just one part of it. We have the mine, obviously Decker Coal or Spring Creek Coal, which we're very lucky to have to our neighbors to the north. But that's not our only thing. Yeah. So we're pretty well diversified. We have not only manufacturing, but we have other industries in town that have nothing to do with manufacturing. They may be software, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But, we're pretty diversified. We're pretty fortunate in that way. So we don't suffer those booms and busts that other communities suffer.
I think because of that, we have surprisingly, I apologize.
You're fine.
Just what attracting, like, for example, when I was going to have knee surgery, my knee replaced, and of course I was in Denver when I first started exploring that. The doctor that I had down there, when I told him that I had moved to Sheridan, Wyoming, and I was planning on driving down to Denver to get my knee replaced, and he responded back to me saying there is some incredibly talented surgeons up there in Sheridan, Wyoming. Mm-hmm. And so I did my research and found out that was very true. So also there's the satellite, when a thriving community can draw those kinds of professionals in, and we see that with the level of quality of care at Sheridan Memorial Hospital.
You're getting me off on the hospital. I think we're quite lucky to have that hospital in this town, and the services they provide is just exceptional. And so we have great orthopedic surgeons here. We have really a dynamic medical community in this part of our town, and if it becomes, or in this part of our world, and if it's one of those things that we, for one reason or another, is not provided here, or is something that is a little more specified or special in nature, we're an hour and a half from Billings, which has a huge regional hospital. Right. So as far as medical needs, Sheridan provides more than enough. I mean, we're just blessed to have the hospital that we have.
Yeah, no question about it. And the town's growth, the beauty of our area makes it more and more, more and more appealing to other professionals in other areas, maybe in more specialized fields. Pretty soon, maybe folks won't have to go up to Billings because we'll be able to bring somebody with those qualifications here.
Yeah, and that's, the hospital works very hard to do that. I know with hospitals, they're going through a lot of transitions now. I'm not an expert in that field, but a lot of hospitals are being absorbed by bigger hospitals within the region. And so I think we've been quite fortunate here where we've kept that local feel, and we still have our local hospital with all those offerings. And so we haven't been absorbed by bigger entities in the medical profession. And so it still has that nice, we care about Sheridan hometown feel to our hospital.
One of the issues that I get feedback easily as a real estate agent here in town, housing and housing costs, and then affordable housing. So just starting, first of all, with just the attraction that that folks want to live here, and so it's natural growth, but that also causes prices, the access, etc. issues. How do you see
and
it?
It's a conundrum. I mean, we can do as a city, we can do what we can do, but we're not really into real estate. We don't really build housing. We have provided funding for with the ARPA funds that we had available here a while back. The county and the city put in
I missed which funds?
It's the American Recovery and Plan Act funding.
Gotcha.
We, the city, received funding through that act. The county received funding through that act. And so together we thought, well, what can we do to maybe help with the housing projects or problems as far as affordable housing? And so the county put up $1.5 million and the city put up $1.5 million. We formed a housing action committee that went out, and they've, it's a long evolution, but I'll shorten it up. They've bought lots and they're building housing that's a lower price point to sort of help that out. But you're right. I've seen housing prices just escalate crazily. It's amazing how much they cost. And so you worry about people that are entering into the workforce and what they can afford or not afford.
Right.
Even in this area of town that we're in right now, if you go a little farther towards the west, there's some big apartment complexes that have opened up that to provide that sort of, I don't want to own a house, but I'd like to live in Sheridan. Well, now there's some more apartment complexes, but it's a process. It's not something that just happens overnight. And young people, it's a challenge, and so we're trying to meet that as well as we can, but it just takes time, and hopefully over the course of time, it'll get a little bit better as far as even more like apartments and that sort of thing.
We are seeing a little bit of a leveling out. So post-COVID or COVID and post-COVID, there was folks buying, properties and land sight unseen. Coming from, exactly, I know, right, people, Chicago and the West Coast, et cetera. That is changed. There just isn't that type of pressure on the inventory that we do have.
Right.
So we're starting to see the leveling off of prices that maybe just were on that projectile for a while.
Yeah, and I think it's starting to flatten out. I don't know if it'll ever go down, obviously, but it's nice that you don't see that just dramatic escalation that we were seeing for a while there, where it's just like, wow, this is just amazing that my house is now worth this much money when I bought it for.
Yeah, well, it is the reality of where we live. Again, because of the appeal of living here, it's just supply and demand. That's just the way it's going to be. Yeah. But I want to save some time at the end of our hour here together, Mayor, that we talk about the YO Rodeo coming up, because things are about to get
mighty
YO'd here. Yeah. We say wild is YO'd here in Sheridan, Wyoming, and I want to save time for that. But I want to talk to you about tourism. And I ran into Sean Parker in Ranchester yesterday. By the way, Ranchester, I know you're not the mayor of Ranchester, but they know how to blow up some fireworks in Ranchester, don't they?
Yeah, they do a nice job with that.
Oh, what a blast. Yeah. And we just so blessed that weather held out, and there was virtually no wind, last night. It just turned out, because we were getting sprinkled on a little bit when we first pulled up there. We pulled up right, we were 30 yards away from the Tongue River, and just had a beautiful spot with a panorama of fireworks going off around us. They're into it over there. Had a great time. They had live music. They had, food vans and just, vendors and so on there. So our rival city, Ranchester, just kidding. What are they about? They're about 1,500 people. I think there were about 3,500 yesterday.
Yeah.
But it was a blast. But all right. So tourism. Obviously a major industry here in the Bighorn Mountain country and Sheridan. So how would you describe tourism and its status and where it ranks as far as your taking your time and effort to manage?
As far as manage, I don't really manage tourism, but the beauty of the area manages itself. You have the bighorns right out the back door. Even in the winter, you have snowmobilers that come from everywhere so they can enjoy our mountains. In the fall, you have hunting, which again is one of those natural things that brings a lot of people into the area. We have a travel and tourism with Sean Parker, who you just mentioned, that do an excellent job advertising what we have to offer as far as the beauty of this area.
I invited him yesterday. Of course, he was trying to enjoy himself, and of course, I'm trying to program a show. So we met in the middle, and I'll have Sean on at some point to speak more specifically about tourism. I know that as the mayor, but I also know that, you are kind of not in charge of, but have a responsibility towards the image that we project to visitors.
I think that's fair. We want to keep our city, you come to town and, this is a nice place.
Yeah.
It's clean. The people are friendly. You have that great downtown. It's a place we want to come visit. It's a place that people are friendly and you feel like you're welcomed. And I like that. I like the fact that we are getting a little bit bigger, but we still have that small town feel.
I agree. One of the things, my pet peeve, is when I hear folks say they're coming this way on our way to Glacier or on our way to Yellowstone or on our way to Black Hills, go see the Mount Rushmore or something. And, again, I don't like when we get 5 cars at a stoplight, we call that a traffic jam here. But I do know how important tourism. I want, and I think that Sheridan, Wyoming, more and more as we go into the future, is going to become more of a destination location as opposed to a stop on your way to somewhere else.
I agree with that. I've had discussions with Sean Parker, who you just mentioned earlier. I hate those ads that are, I-90 the quickest way to the Tetons or whatever. It's just no, it's we have our own unique values and our own unique beauty. And we, Sean and I both think the same way on this. It's come to Sheridan. I mean, we have everything that anybody else can offer
and more. Because you look at the polo community, who else has that anywhere in this area to that level? For folks who are listening around that don't know, very active and, and again, at the top levels of pony polo.
Yeah, it's world-class polo. So if you want to go see world-class riders playing world-class polo, it's here.
And you'd be amazed. You pull in there. Sometimes it's free. Sometimes they have a very small fee if they're doing some kind of fundraiser or whatever. You pull in there in your truck. You back up 20 yards from the field, the pitch. What do they call it? I don't know. And you back up. You take your lawn chair out. You put up your umbrella, and you're watching world-class polo. And if you love horses, if you're into equestrian, you're not going to get a better view. In fact, at times you got to watch out for the ball, the
Chuck.
The Chuck. Thanks, man. He knows nothing, but he loves watching it. I do, and we go quite often. We're out there. We watch everything from the local teams, like the intramural program. I don't know if that's what they call it.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
But all the way up to the professionals that come up here from South America when it's winter there, it's summer here. And so they come up here, and that's something that a lot of these places can't and don't offer. I mean, there's no way that you can see that level.
It's amazing because it's serious business for the pros. I mean, that's what they do. They do polo and they bring their horses, and it's pretty impressive.
It really is. And we've, again, in the real estate business, it brings a huge amount of revenue with these because, each rider is part of a team,
Right.
and the team comes with, I don't know how many. I'm going to say there's 10 people involved with one rider,
Right.
and they need places to stay. They buy food. They shop downtown. They need places to live, et cetera.
Yeah.
So that brings a lot of revenue. Again, another revenue source that Sheridan has, the Sheridan area, that a lot of other Wyoming communities don't have.
Well, and it's such a cool venue because not only that you pull your truck up, but anybody who hasn't been here, if you're out on the polo pitch, you got all that nice green grass, but then you look into the background and there's the mountains right there, and it's just...
it's almost surprising that they found a flat spot to put the... I've sat there many times and contemplated that.
Yeah.
All right, it's 9:43. It's Mayor Rich Bridger as our guest here on Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday with your buddy Bags, and really enjoying the conversation. And this is why I wanted to have him on the show, to learn more and more about this vibrant community, Sheridan, Wyoming. And we're getting ready to just get nuts here in town. It's chaos for a week or so. Good chaos, Mayor.
Let's get wild.
Yeah, we're going to get wild here. So we're going to talk about that coming up after this break. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. We'll be back.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Cowboy State Daily Radio, 947. Thanks for joining me, your buddy Bags, and Mayor Rich Bridger, Mayor of Sheridan, Wyoming, two-term mayor. Congratulations on your re-election. Yeah, people don't know what they're going to say, right? Yeah, they're glutton for punishment. I don't hear that. Feedback that I get from you is just plain positive. So,
well, that's nice.
But I certainly wouldn't say it if I hadn't, been positive. Yeah, they're really pissed at you, sir. No, I don't hear that at all.
Oh boy, is he bad!
I'm trying to be funny. I'm excited. That's why I'm playing some country music here in the background. This little event we call the Sheridan Wyo Rodeo. Next week is the week that if you like a good time, you like a little chaos, then Sheridan is the place for you to be next week.
Yeah.
But if you like peace and quiet and want a quiet, old-fashioned downtown with nothing going on,
that's not the time.
Yeah. Take the business loop around Sheridan. But it is such a great time, and for me, typically the start of rodeo week or the Wyo Rodeo is Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a rodeo that night. But Tuesday is when they have the boot kickoff.
Right.
Downtown at the Whitney Commons Park.
Right.
Right downtown, walking distance pretty much from anywhere downtown. There's 1,000+ people show up to watch, first of all, little kids and the stick horse races on the obstacle course.
Yeah, it starts out with the stick horse races, and then you have the different categories for the boot kickoff, which is literally kicking off a boot.
Okay, to describe it a little bit, the first thing you know, and I'll let you take it after I do, you get there and there's a pile of old cowboy boots.
Right.
That's how it starts. And then the people show up.
Choose your weapon.
And it, age appropriate. So you have like 3 to 6 year olds, or maybe 3 to 5, and then 5 to, et cetera, for the kids. And then, it gets pretty serious after that.
Yeah.
People are there to win.
Yeah, it's about distance, man. You got to kick that boot as far as you can, and it's quite an event. And it's kind of funny that out of all the things you could pick as far as activities to start things off, you start off with a boot kickoff. So whoever thought of that way back in the day, they were geniuses, because it really has taken off.
Well, because there's food vendors down there and libations, and again, it's downtown, so you bring your lawn chair and volunteers. So I had my first hour this morning, Casey Terrell, who's the head of he's on the board of directors for the Wyo. His job is volunteers, and we talked about how many an incredible number of folks that have to be involved with an event like this, the Wyo Rodeo, and we talked about the fact that at the boot kickoff, you've got people whose job it is to measure the distance and to line up the kids and line up the competitors. Because frankly, there's some people who take this thing way too serious.
Yeah.
We have like a reigning champions and, dynasties going on there.
Yeah, it's fun, but then there's some competition to it. There's some competitive to it. So
heck yeah, and I don't mind that one bit.
But it's done it's done well, and it's a good time. People get out and they just enjoy it, and it's just part of that week.
My youngest son married a woman from the Netherlands. Met her in college in Chicago, so she's Dutch. And the first time she came out, and we took her to the boot kickoff. Nothing that they call it. My son's in-laws, their family calls where we live Cowboy Land. Seriously, that's what they do. Anyway, in Cowboy Land, their daughter Sophie did the boot kickoff, and there was a cameraman from I think Rapid City, may have been Billings, but anyway, he was off the course, way over here. Well, she went up, she kicked the boot off, and it went straight sideways and hit the cameraman. So the Dutch just can't hang with us in the boot kickoff. Anyway, we don't let her live that down, by the way. So then we get into Wednesday. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday is the rodeo.
Right.
And maybe a little bit described, because we have something different here, if you're listening outside of the Sheridan area, involving the Indian Relay Race championship is held here in Sheridan, Wyoming.
Right.
How cool is that?
Oh, that's my favorite thing when I go to the rodeo is the Indian.
I've heard that from others too.
And it's just, unless you experience it, it's just really hard to explain. But you have, of course, a rider, and you have 3 horses, and they got to make a loop around, but it's all done bareback, and it's an event. And those folks that ride those horses bareback, they're just amazing. And it's become probably one of the bigger events for the rodeo. And every year people just look forward to it. So
well, and brilliant that the first event when you get to the WYO rodeo is the Indian relay races. So the place is packed. A lot of people trickle in, but you can't do that here because you'll miss one of the most exciting events.
Yeah. You don't want to trickle in. You want to be there for it. And they're very smart because in the end what they end with is the bull riding. So, you want to stick around. Those 2 are my favorites. So I'm kind of biased, but I'm like those 2 are my favorite by far.
Well, I say it all the time. My listeners are probably tired of it. I'm going to say it to you. I'm 64 years old, and I can't wait to grow up to be a cowboy. I have that in me, and my cowboy friends who are listening, eyes just rolled completely back in their heads. Well, tough luck for them. So then, of course, this year, new and exciting is the females have the Indian Relay Race Championships here in Sheridan as well.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see how that goes. I think it'll be good. There's some excellent riders, so I'm glad to see that's going to happen. I think it'll be exciting. It's just more Indian relay races, which I love. So I'm very happy about that. And
the format's a little bit different. I mean, they do, instead of 2 exchanges, they only have 1. So 2 horses versus 3 for the men.
You know more than I do. So
okay,
I'll let you go with it.
So Kinnard Realbird.
Kinnard Realbird. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, us folks in the announcing, broadcasting, emceeing business are so jealous of him.
Really?
When they hand him the mic, he is the MC of the Indian Relay Race Championships here in Sheridan, Wyoming. And you never know what's going to come out of his mouth.
He gets away with some stuff that I'm like, oh my goodness, you didn't just say that.
I think it's part of the appeal because there's very few places left that you can go to hear somebody's opinion on things that just don't get out there anymore.
No, I agree with that. It's just like I just shake my head sometimes.
Me too.
They just roll with it.
Me too. I mean, I've been regulated by the FCC since I was like 21 years old. So when I hear him, but I'm just inviting people, come see what I mean. Come here for for yourself. Yeah. It's worth the price of admission just to hear his opinion and description of things. But he's doing a play-by-play from up in the bleachers.
He does a great job.
And it's awesome.
I just love having him back every year. I'm always glad to hear that he's coming back.
Yeah, so. There's a comfort, a continuity to him being there. It just adds to the flavor of the whole event. So absolutely. So we have 4 days of rodeo. It's a great purse, and again, great for business. What does the WYO rodeo impact? Does it do revenue-wise?
That would be more of a Sean question than me. Yeah. I don't know what it brings in, but I can tell you that it's significant. I mean, the hotels all fill up. You'll see people downtown the whole week, shopping and doing whatever they do just to be part of the festivities. Vendors do very well in the community. Of course, you have the carnival that comes in, and so people get out for that, and it just generates a huge amount of income. So it's a significant event.
What that number is probably a Sean Parker
that's
question.
More of a Sean
but
question
the parade, okay. So that parade, I think everybody in town shows up for that parade. And of course we have our guests here,
right?
But you go out the day before the rodeo starts the parade at 10 o'clock on Friday morning. So next Friday,
right?
I think that's the 10th. I don't know. Next Friday. And
Friday's the 11th.
Okay, the 11th. So, but you go out downtown on the 10th, and you start seeing chairs all the way up and down Main Street. The locals know what's going on, and they're going to get their spot.
And that's been a challenge, actually, for me as a mayor and for the highway, the police department and the fire department, because they're putting those darn things out like in the afternoon, and people still got to park, and the police still have to get around, and the fire department has to be able to get around. And so we're really trying to stress, and I always hope it'll turn out, but it's still a battle. But we ask people not to put the chairs out before 9 o'clock the night before. Because just for that reason, it's just like you go down there and they've got them chained to the meter, chained to the poles, and it's just like
they're serious about getting their spot.
They want their spot. Yeah.
Before we go, I've only got about a minute and a half here, Mayor. I wanted to give a shout out to your leadership team and some of the people that help you make this city click.
You know, I'm very fortunate. I have some very competent department heads that run their departments well. Stuart McRae, he's my city administrator, so he does just an excellent job. Kaylin Risotto, which is our lady in the front office at
she hooked
City
us
Hall.
up. Thank you, Kaylin. I appreciate it.
She does a terrific job. Before her, I was lucky enough to have a lady named Jennifer Reiser who kept me in line. And it's all part of a team. It's not something that I do by myself. It's all of us working together. We all get along together. We have the same common goal, which is to keep Sheridan a fine place to live. I feel very fortunate when I go back to the water treatment plant or out to the dump or any of those, solid waste recycling center. And all those people are committed and they just do a very fine job. And I just feel fortunate to be the guy that's the mayor of all that.
Good. I'm glad we mentioned those people because you're making the city run and you're a beloved mayor of Sheridan, Wyoming. That's a pretty good thing to be, I would say.
Better than being hated.
Yeah, you betcha. All right. Well, that's it. That's all the time we have. I told you it would go quickly.
It did.
Mayor. So we'll have you back. Is that okay? We do this again. There's always stuff going on. And I appreciate it very much. That's it for Cowboy State Daily. On a Saturday, your Buddy Bags every Saturday, 6A to 10A, different topic, different guest every hour.
Thanks for having me.
Loved it. Appreciate it. All right, that'll do it. And you have a great day. Don't get too sunburned today if you're in the hot part of the state. Take care.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.